Thank you for coming out for our special meeting of the Shelbyville Planning Commission. Mr. Secretary, call for it. Call roll.
Yes. Mr. Claxton? Here. Ms. Means Davis?
Present.
Ms. Tinsley Price?
Here.
Mr. Schuler?
Here.
Mr. Garrett?
Here.
Mr. Cassidy?
Here.
Mr. Nolly?
Here.
Ms. Soviar?
Here.
Mr. Call?
Here.
Mr. Lutz?
Here.
And Mr. Comstock?
Here. Thank you. Our first thing on the agenda tonight is election of officers. I'd like to have any nominations.
I'd like to nominate Gary. He had shown interest, and I think he'd be a good candidate.
Yes, if I can. So just procedurally, the way that we'll do this, in our current slate, just for everyone's reference, I know we know, Mr. Cassidy's our president, Mr. Nolly is our vice president, and then staff is secretary. We'll take these offices one at a time. Any nominations can be made, they don't need to be seconded. And then once nominations are done for that specific office, we will take, you all have a post note in front of you, we'll just take a vote on that for that specific office. If any offices are uncontested, then obviously we don't need to take a vote on that. So with that, the office of president, Mr. Cassidy, if you want to proceed.
Thank you. So, Mr. Nolly, anyone else? Vice Chair? Do you need a motion for Vice Chair?
If we can take it one office at a time, so nominations for president, then nominations for vice, we can take the election on president and then nominations for vice president, take the elections on that, and then secretary. So, yeah, finish nominations for president, and we'll take a vote on it.
Okay. Any other nominations, President?
I'd like to nominate Doug Cassidy.
Any others? We'll close for president, vice president. We need to elect that first.
Yeah, so if everyone can use the ballots in front of them and just vote, if I heard correctly, Mr. Cassidy and Mr. Nolly are the two nominees for president. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Yeah, so if you can just vote and then fold that half, and I will walk behind you and grab all those so we can tally those votes.
Okay.
It's real quick, sorry.
Hey Doug, can y'all speak in the mic so we can hear what you're saying?
We will when we continue, sir.
Well, speak in the mic. Keep
We
quiet.
will when we continue. Thank you.
Okay, the final votes, Mr. Cassidy, 6 votes, Mr. Nolly, 5 votes. Congratulations, Mr. Cassidy. And then if you want to proceed with nominations for vice chair, or vice president.
Well, thank you for your vote. Nomination for vice chair.
I'd like to nominate Gary Nolly.
Second.
Okay. You can go ahead and close nominations then.
We'll close nominations. You want a voice vote or?
No, Robert's rules, if there's only one nomination, then congratulations, Mr. Nolan, you're vice president. And then, Mr. Cassidy, the last one would be secretary, planning staff currently, and probably the only nominee. But we'll have to take that election, or that nomination as well.
Make a motion to nominate planning staff as secretary of the planning commission.
Close nominations,
Okay,
and we'll keep the same slate as what we have currently.
yes. Thank you.
Okay. We do have a set of rules. I will read them into record so everybody knows how we were going to conduct tonight's meeting. As adopted today, authorized by Indiana Code 514, 1.5 through 3.3 in the City of Plain Commission, Rule 11-2D. Decorum, no person shall engage in disorderly or boisterous conduct, including but not limited to whistling, stomping feet, booing, or making any loud, threatening, profane, or abusive utterance that disturbs or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. The presence of signs and banners, even though they're in here, will be outlawed if they're going to cause any problems. Limited testimony if the attendee wishes to make a comment. When you come up in front, we will ask you to state your name, address. The way we will do is we will call, when we get to open meeting, open comment, we will call 5 at a time so they can sit in the, one can speak and 4 can sit there. Just as we go through those, then we will call more up to speak, instead of having one great big long line where it's lined out the hallway. Comments should be made by the attendee, should be made to us, the board here, and then we will ask them to take your questions on. Comments and opinions of the attendee should be limited to the appropriate issues, the topic at hand. We are discussing the annexation and zoning of this land. We all know it's data center, but our purview here is talk about this property in existence. Each person will get a minute to speak. If you're representing a group of people, you will get 3 minutes. Attendees violate policy will be asked to leave or make any threatening. We do have police that we will ask you to leave. You will get 3 warnings before we do that, and then we will ask you to leave. So, those are the rules we will go on now. I will ask for approval of our minutes from our last meeting.
Motion to approve. Second.
I have a motion, a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are in the meeting last month. We have no old business, so we will move on to hand of our new business. Mr. Secretary, would you read the?
Yeah, before we jump into new business, I want to bring up the topic on the agenda, suspension of section 8.3 in our rules. So technically, and we were advised by our legal counsel on this earlier today, technically our rules state that a meeting shall conclude at 9:30 p.m. I don't know in the past if when we've had larger meetings like this, if that's been followed exactly, but our attorney has suggested that we suspend that rule so that in the event that we need to extend beyond that, we have the ability and we aren't forced to end the meeting at 9:30 this evening. Any suspension of the rules, we'll take a motion, a second, and then suspension of the rules requires unanimous approval by the entire planning commission. So if we're wanting to suspend that rule and be able to extend the meeting beyond, have the ability to extend the meeting beyond 9:30, that'll have to be unanimous. What I would also suggest, and maybe it's just a brief discussion here among you all, is maybe looking forward and setting a time when we hope to conclude tonight's meeting so that the members in the audience are aware. And if we do conclude tonight's meeting and we haven't made it through the full public hearing portion, everyone, that the item will be tabled and picked back up at a future meeting. So, first I would just ask for consideration of suspending, and on your agenda there's a recommended motion there, but suspending that section of the rules.
In accordance with section 7.7 of the City of Shelbyville Planning Commission rules, I make a motion to suspend section 8.3 and allow the Planning Commission meeting to continue past 9:30 p.m.
Second it.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carried. We need to do that.
Was there no? Okay. If that didn't pass unanimously, then the rules still. Yeah. Okay. The rules still stand in place. Then we'll be ending the meeting at 9:30. So the rules state that at 9:30.
We have quiet, please.
At 9:30, whoever's speaking, they can finish, and then the chair should call to continue the meeting.
I misspoke. I'll
We can take another motion vote, or a motion, a second, and another vote, and suspend that rule then.
Well then, in accordance with section 7.7 of the City of Shelbyville Planning Commission rules, I make a motion to suspend section 8.3 and allow the Planning Commission meeting to continue past 9:30 p.m.
Second.
Have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
And along those lines, and again, a discussion amongst you all is probably needed, but if there is a time that we are aiming at this evening to kind of reassess and see where we're at and try to conclude the meeting by that point in time.
Adam, do we know how many people have asked to speak tonight?
Currently at 58, and it looks like Abby and Lisa are still typing in that document, so it'll be more than that, but 58 is where we're at right now.
And each person, as a new speaker, will get to speak one time.
One thing that might help too, you talked about no repetition, so if somebody makes a point, and if you wanted to make that point, not that you don't have the right to speak, but maybe you just want to say, I agree, and we can, again, we'll have you on record, we'll know who you are, you still state your name, might help things move along if you'd like to do so. Because you eventually want to get to a vote from us, so we want to hear from you, but that could help move things along a little bit. We will not be taking raised hands at this point in time, so.
Discussion on time?
10?
I would agree with that. Well, aim for it, it's not in stone, but it's on aiming for.
10.
Hopefully sooner.
Yeah, let's, I think we can use 10 as a benchmark and see, get a pulse of the room and see where we're at by then.
Yeah. And because we've suspended that rule, at 10 o'clock we can kind of reassess, and to your point, we can see where we're at on the list and see where the commission feels is best at that point, whether we should proceed or continue to a future meeting. No, we don't need a motion on that. Yep. Okay, and you did call for new business, and let me get that in order, and then I will read that petition into the record, and the petitioner can step to the podium.
Adam, can I say one thing before we get started? Just want to let you guys all know, don't look at this group up here as adversaries. We are not. We are all citizens of Shelbyville, just like you. Teachers, nurses, business owners, we're just like the rest of you. Get $25 to this meeting. We're not getting rich up here. We don't sign NDAs. We're not a part of it.
Decide that. Let's go. Your vote tonight will decide that.
That's warning number one for that person. So again, just want you to know, hey, it's already starting adversarial. We're here to listen to you. We want to hear from you. So please be respectful. And just realize that we live here just like you do. We're gonna run into you in Kroger, Walmart, and everything else, so we just want you to come up here and be respectful of us as well we respectful of you. That's all I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, the one and only item under new business this evening is case number PC 2025-15, Lorm LLC and Alicia Clay annexation. The petitioner's name and owner's name is Lorm LLC and Alicia Clay. The petitioner's representative is Mr. Eric Glasgow of Stevenson Reich LLP. There are several, I believe 13 parcels included in this. The zoning classification currently is, because this is an annexation, it's classified under the Shelby County zoning as A1, A2, and R1. The proposal and request from the petitioner is IG. The future land use in our comp plan is both high-tech, light industrial, and commercial. Again, the action requested tonight is a formal recommendation on the zone classification for approximately 429 acres being petitioned for annexation into the city's corporate limits. Before I turn it over to the petitioner, I want to take a minute just to kind of remind our commission members, but also inform the public of exactly what the commission's role is and what's being considered this evening. So this is an annexation petition. The city council is the one that has the final say at the end of the day on annexing the ground in or not. They also have the final say on what the zoning classification would be if they annex it in. The Plan Commission's sole responsibility is to make a recommendation on what the zoning classification should be if the city council annexes the ground in. Our staff report is structured around the 5 decision criteria that the law requires us to kind of structure our vote around. And that, just to read into the record again, that is comprehensive plan, that is current conditions, that is desired use, that's property values, and that's responsible growth. So those are the 5 criteria that the Plan Commission's purview is structured around. Everything outside of that is not something that we have any kind of control or we should be considering. There is some other, whether it's city council or some state agency that regulates all the other aspects. That is the limited scope that this body has to consider on this petition, and kind of where the comments and questions for the board and the petitioner should be limited in nature. So with that, I will let the petitioner introduce himself.
Thank you, Mr. Root. My name is Eric Glasgow with the law firm Stevenson Reich here on behalf of the petitioners.
Can you pull the mic up a little bit?
Absolutely. There you go. Is that better? Okay. I do want to make one correction to what Doug said, and it is a point of clarity here. While we all assume it's going to be a data center, and I believe even the developer who's here tonight to talk on proposed projects hopes that this turns into a data center, we've seen projects out of this area before. We've seen Greenleaf, we've seen Crone, and we are so early in the process of what's going to happen out there that we're not sure what this land would be used for. So as you are looking at zoning, I want you to keep in mind that the zoning that you're applying, whether in any stipulations with it or conditions, we would hope that they would be applicable for, development that's not a data center. Now, having said that, it's obvious from what's been posted online and the presentation at the city council that their desirable project is to have a data center at this location. I know we've got a lot of speakers tonight, so I'm not going to go through a lot of the petition that you have in front of you. As Adam indicates, we're seeking to have the land that the city council has preliminarily approved for annexation rezoned to IG, which is conducive to the area. It's the same zoning as what is currently in the redevelopment corporation's ground that is immediately to the west. And that is what we are asking you to recommend to the city council for zoning. I know everybody's going to want to talk about data centers tonight and impacts and what this is going to look like. And so I have with me tonight a couple of representatives from Prologis, the proposed purchaser of the ground, on what they may do with the land if the purchase goes through. And so they're going to be here to present for you.
Please
state your name and who you are, please.
Yeah, my name is Cody Reynolds. I'm the Vice President and Market Officer for Prologis here in Central Indiana. So I want to start off by saying thank you to this committee for their time this evening. While we're not the applicant for the petitioner for this application, we do appreciate, as the prospective developer, the opportunity for a short presentation. My role this evening is going to be threefold. I want to briefly introduce Prologis to you. Number two, we want to provide additional detail on our proposed development at the data center campus. And number three, we want to directly address any or some of the concerns and answer some of the questions that may have come up in Monday night's meeting. Our goal tonight is transparency. We want to make sure that you leave here knowing what this development is and what this development is not. So first, who is Prologis? Prologis is a global real estate company with more than 40 years of development experience. We also have a rapidly growing data center platform. We currently have more than 30 data centers, and since 2021, we delivered 200 megawatts, and we have 600 megawatts under construction today. Moving here to Central Indiana, we've been in business and had a presence here in the Indianapolis area for 30 years. We have 40 staff members in an office on the north side of Indianapolis. We own 56 buildings in the greater Indianapolis area, leasing those to 143 different customers that service or support approximately 26,000 jobs every day. Outside of development, we do support the local community through programs like our Impact Day, where we volunteer our time and support local nonprofits such as Gleaners, Habitat for Humanity, the Million Meal Movement, and several others. Our goal tonight is transparency. And if there's any takeaway, it's what I said. We want to leave you here with what this development is and what this development is not. With that context, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Mike Kinney, who will provide more detail on the proposed development. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mike Kenny, Director of Data Center Investments with Prologis. Thank you very much for the time to speak with you this evening. To Cody's point, before I start with my slides, and Adam, if you don't mind advancing to slide number 3, I would like to take some time to address the major concerns that came out of Monday's meeting. First, we have probably heard the most questions around water usage and wells. We will not pull local groundwater. Therefore, there will be no impact on groundwater levels. Furthermore, the project is designed with a closed-loop water cooling system, so the water usage will be equivalent to an office building. The water loop is filled with water and non-toxic demineralization agents. Once a year, when the system is flushed, the water is sent to the sewer system for treatment. So a little more on how the closed-loop system works. Water moves through pipes in a loop, pushed by a pump. As it flows past machines, it absorbs heat, kind of like how a cold drink gets warm in your hand. The warm water then goes to a cooler where fans or cool air remove the heat. The water cools down, but it doesn't turn into steam and does not leave pipes. Then the same water goes back to the machines to cool them again. Because this system is sealed, no water is lost. And because it doesn't evaporate, it cools things by moving it away, not by letting water disappear. There have also been arguments that this has been a rushed process. In fact, this week's meetings are just the first of several steps to get this project approved. This process follows the city's normal process for any development project. Part of the reason Prologis has been in business for 40 years is that we know how to do this the right way. We engage early and work closely with local leaders in the community. As an example, local feedback has led us to adjust site layouts, strengthen buffers, and refine designs to reduce visibility and impact. I'd also like to speak to the jobs aspect. Yes.
The petitioner is still speaking. Whoever keeps yelling time, please quit.
jobs aspect of this project, data centers bring good jobs to a community, both long-term and during the construction process. Further, there is a multiplier effect. Because these projects take time to build, thousands of trades jobs are created, and industries that support other businesses in the community, such as hotels and restaurants. For this project, we estimate about 6,700 construction jobs and 450 full-time jobs at build-out. Those full-time jobs include technicians, network engineers, systems administrators, with an average salary of over $100,000. Typically, our customers prefer these employees to be technical school graduates or to get certified within their own company's education programs. Next, let's talk about impact to homes, farmland, and property values. One of the reasons we like this site is the adjacency to Interstate 74 to manage traffic. During construction, we're working closely with local officials to manage vehicle flow and make road improvements where needed. Once construction is complete, truck traffic will be minimal to the few homes that are nearby. We are designing this project to fit respectfully into the Shelbyville community. A good chunk of the planned site, about 30%, is already zoned IG, as we know from the first slide. The remaining land allows the city of Shelbyville to exchange a high-density investment for a very small portion, less than 1% of the overall agricultural land. On property values, I too am a homeowner. I completely understand this question and the importance it has to Shelbyville community members. One of the greatest determinants in home values are the school districts and the prosperity of the community. I want to underscore that this project would bring significant revenue to the city of Shelbyville and the Shelbyville Central Schools, allowing for funding to improve emergency services, public infrastructure, and the schools in the area. With that, I'll now walk you through my presentation. Adam, if you could please advance it. Next one. Thank you. So I like to start out by just talking about what is a data center, what is actually happening with the building. It's really very simple. It's a building with a big computer inside, nothing more. There's chillers on the roof to dissipate the heat. There's equipment inside the building. There's generators in the case of a power outage. Redundancy is absolutely critical for our customers, and so those generators are there only in a necessity. And there's no smokestacks or anything. There's no smoke coming out of the building. It's simply a building with a computer inside. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to walk you through just a few examples of past projects and ongoing projects that we have. This is an elevation from our project in Pflugerville, Texas. You can see there's an emphasis on green space. There's a nice elevation with a glass facade. That front portion of the building is the office, which is typically separate from the data center. We like to say the greatest risk to a data center is humans, because it's just the computers are so complex that they can basically run themselves. And so the front office area is actually separate from the data center hall. And so there's a real emphasis on setbacks and security, which is critical for our customers. Next slide, please. This is the same Pflugerville, Texas project, but just an aerial. So again, you can see substantial setbacks from the road, substantial green space, and again, just a pretty simple concrete structure, very similar to any other commercial building that you'd see. Next slide, please. This is our Hutto, Texas project. Just another example of ample green space, setbacks. You know, for our customers, their goal is to not be seen or heard. And so security is critical, privacy is critical, and these facilities are built with that in mind. Next slide, please. This was one of our first conversion projects in Northern Virginia, where we took an existing asset and converted it into data centers. So you can see in this instance, it's got some really nice landscaping screening. If you were driving by, you probably wouldn't even realize that this was a data center. And so just like, we're attempting to do with the city of Shelbyville, we worked very closely with Loudoun County to get that project done, and they were very happy with it. Next slide, please. This is a similar conversion project from Elk Grove Village, Illinois. In this case, we didn't have a customer in the building, and so we needed to find a way to reactivate the asset. And so we worked very closely with Elk Grove Village to get this conversion project done. Turned out great. The village is extremely pleased with all the revenue that it's bringing, and we have a great long-term relationship with them. This is an upcoming project we have in the city of North Las Vegas. We partnered very closely with the city. This is a large campus-style project. But again, you can see this looks like a commercial building. It's not a scary, ominous building. It's got a nice glass facade. It's got landscaping. It is a fairly standard commercial-looking building. Next slide, please. And so bringing this back to Indiana, the data center industry is already very substantial here. Based on a PwC report from a few years ago, 5,500 direct jobs in the state, over $500 million of total labor income, and a direct GDP impact of over $1 billion. So real numbers, real projects already bringing in substantial revenue to the state. Next slide, please. This is just an aerial of the project everybody's familiar with. So why Shelbyville? Again, just to reiterate, the reason this site is a great site and we're very interested in it is because of that first slide we had on the screen. The western 30% of the site is already in the city, it's already zoned IG, and so what we're proposing is a natural extension of that existing IG zoning. Not to mention, it aligns with the city's future land use guidance. We're really impressed by all the work that RDC has already done to prepare the site for this type of use. The power story here is really good. Rush Shelby and Hoosier Energy have been great partners, and we feel very confident that we can get power to a site in a project like this. The final thing I'd mention is not only does the western third of the site, already zoned IG, but there's a number of parcels to the north that are also IG as well. And so, this project in our view is really a natural extension of that. Next slide, please. So this is what we call an initial test bit. Again, I just want to reiterate, it is extremely preliminary and totally dependent on the annexation and rezoning. In the interest of transparency, we produced this to show everybody what's possible here, but this will change as the process goes through. So in the event of successful annexation and rezoning, as you know, there's a site planning process where we would get into all the nitty-gritty of what actually occurs on the site. So this is extremely preliminary, but just an example of what could happen here. Next slide. So finally, just talking about, drilling down on the benefits of data centers. So the typical investment amount on a per megawatt basis is about 8 to 12 million. And so for a project like this, where we're looking at around 500 megawatts, we're looking at potentially a $6 billion investment, which is significant. And then on top of that, the multiplier effect is real. You think about the thousands of construction jobs building this out over time, the hundreds of full-time jobs once it's fully operational. That is real for restaurants, hotels, all the local businesses. And so just wanted to mention that. And on that note, and this number comes directly from Loudoun County, Virginia, there aren't many very mature data center markets in the country, but Loudoun County is one of them. And they've self-published this number that the data centers contribute roughly $15 of revenue for every $1 used of services. So in other words, for every dollar that is necessary for services like schools, emergency services, the data centers produce $15 in revenue, and the next closest ratio is manufacturing at only 4 to 1. The final thing that I mentioned is just once the data center campus is fully built out, it's a very low impact use. You have the full-time technicians on site, but otherwise, it's fairly low impact. So with that, I'll wrap up my comments. Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you, Miguel. We'll stand up there and we'll ask some questions from the board. If you can help with Mr. Claxton.
Yeah, you mentioned the 450 jobs. On the mic. Turn the mic off, Mike. Come on.
You mentioned 450 jobs, that you need 450 jobs would be created in the community.
450 jobs.
So
450 jobs on the data center campus.
at the data center.
Yes.
For construction.
No. 400,
Please hold your comments.
450 jobs across the entire campus at full build out.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Davis,
You mentioned that you do training on site for some of your people. We have a school called Ivy Tech here where our kids can go to school and they have a lot of training. Just questioning, would your business be able to help pull that information from Ivy Tech? Would you be able to help get those kids in to train so our local kids could learn and be part of that? We hear 450 jobs. A lot of people are worried that 450 jobs would be online somewhere or that they would be brought in from other towns. We want to make sure that we help our kids.
Yeah, understood. Like I said, in many cases, our customers will work with local communities to train people to work in their buildings. At this point, not being the petitioner, it's really hard to commit to anything like that. But certainly, I stand by my comment in the presentation that customers will often train people to work in the data centers.
I have a couple of questions. Just to clarify, when you talked to, in regards to the construction jobs, how much was that estimate again?
A little over 6,700.
Okay, and are those local construction typically?
Hold on.
So I'm not on the construction side of the business, but my understanding is that yes, typically those are local construction.
My other question is, for us to make a favorable recommendation, one of our points on property values is that it will not have an adverse negative effect on the conservation of property. Can you speak a little bit more about what the conservation of that land will be on your side and what it is at some of these data centers that you shared with us? How do you serve that and meet that recommendation?
Well, like I said, in many cases, there's ample green space that handles stormwater management and all that. And so, but as it relates to this specific project, not being at that site plan stage is I cannot speak to what a conservation program might look like.
All right, I've got a number of questions in regards to the cooling systems that are used in this facility. So, I understand closed loop systems. What is the water capacity for these units for each building?
I do not know, and it'll be totally dependent on what actually is agreed to in the plan.
What would be an estimate?
I'm Larry Longman of Prologis, someone of the technical specialist on that. I think the questions you're asking are really relevant to site plans that we don't really have the answers for yet. Water capacity, water.
Okay,
Please,
well,
please.
let me rephrase the question. You obviously have data centers in other locations that you're going to model these out. What is the capacity of the cooling units in those buildings?
From a total load perspective,
Yes, what is the capacity in that closed loop system?
again, we're not prepared to answer that tonight. We don't have.
All right, everybody settle down. All right. So you can't answer what to me is a basic question
Well,
about the
let me
cooling
just,
system.
I can comment on as far as it relates to, daily water usage as a percentage of overall usage, it's less than 1%.
That tells me nothing. All right, let's move on. You can't answer that question. So, closed loop system, no water loss, in theory. Now, I work in a company that has a closed loop cooling system. There are losses. So obviously you can't tell me what the capacity of the system is, so you probably can't also tell me what the monthly loss and replenishment is going to be, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. There is, but to validate what you're saying, yes, there is bleed off water that's refreshed. There's also evaporators and humidifiers that will supplement the winter load to put moisture back to the air.
So, just to be clear, a closed loop system is not going to have no water loss. It's going to have loss.
Yes, it's very minimal, but yes.
Okay. All right. You're refreshing. Will it be done in stages, say 100,000 gallons a month, or is it going to be done all at once?
Absolutely not. We would stage and sequence. If we have 13 buildings, we obviously wouldn't say on January 1st we're going to empty these buildings out. We would stage and sequence so that we don't have a large draw on any of the water resources and not take buildings down simultaneously. Essentially, take them in a planned sequence.
Okay. What do you have in place in the event of a large-scale water loss? And again, knowing a closed-loop water system, there's going to be failures. So what preventive steps do you have in place to minimize that water loss?
You can ask whatever questions you want, that's fine. But I want to make sure that we're clear. We don't even know this is going to be a data center. So you're asking.
Please stop. Please hold your comments.
I understand that, okay? I understand that. However, you see the folks that you've got here behind you.
Absolutely.
They have concerns.
That's right.
They have a very limited amount of time to speak on it. So, understanding that the answers or non-answers that you give me do not impact what my ultimate decision is. What I am trying to do is help these people get the answers they deserve.
That's understandable. I just want to make sure that we understand that this isn't a tech review.
Right.
That was my whole purpose of coming.
Understand.
Just making sure that we're understand what we're here for.
Understand.
Because ultimately, they're going to be hooked up to Indiana American water, and so there's going to be the supplying of that from there. It's not going to be in groundwater. So I'll let you get back to your questions. I just want to make sure that it wasn't a tech review.
My last question in regards to this, and I'm expecting a non-answer. in the event that there is a large release, and again, these systems fail. I know I work at a company that has a cooling system nowhere near the scale of what you guys have, but they will fail. What steps, what do you have in place? And I know IDEM and I know the EPA have minimum requirements for containment, but what steps do you have in place to ensure that none of that water leaches into surrounding properties?
We will have a spill protection prevention plan that's filed that will outline all of the steps that are taken. Generally, water dams or pre-treating into the sanitary sewer before it's released to the plant are things that we typically do in other developments.
All right. I'm going to limit my questioning to that for now, but expect I will have more questions in the future. Thank you.
Good.
I too have a couple questions. So I know you said Monday in your meeting that you don't have a list of, or you don't have an idea of who would be going in this data center. But can you give me a rough idea if it'll be some of your existing clients, or are you going to be looking at new clientele for this data center?
I could say that, we work with all of the hyperscalers, and so it's very likely that, our hyperscale customers would be interested in a campus like this. One of the big reasons this opportunity appeals is that it could be either a cloud or an AI campus or a combination of the two, and so that's very appealing. But yes, we work very closely with hyperscale customers, and I would expect that they would be interested in this project.
So you'd be going after your existing clientele?
Yeah, we would talk to our existing customers about this project.
My next one pertains to the utilities. I know you submitted that you received a letter from Rush Shelby. Will you be hooking in with Rush Shelby Energy or Duke Energy?
Yeah, actually, all of our coordination's done with Rush Shelby and Hoosier. Rush Shelby be the transmitter and the power service to the substations.
Okay, so it'd be a Rush Shelby substation?
Yep.
And then my last one, in your inside the box slide, you do show a shipping and receiving area, but at the same time you said that you guys have very low truck traffic. So I just want to get an estimate of, give me a daily average on how many trucks would be going in and out of your site.
It's hard to say, not knowing the size that these buildings might be.
Full build out. What would it be full build out?
Yeah,
It's not
full
hard.
build out.
Full
Full
comments.
build out to give you a good baseline. Full build out.
Yeah, I guess, each building might get 2 trucks a day for some type of miscellaneous materials. It's very low volume. Most of the traffic through there will be tech traffic or some type of a vendor that might be doing third-party service on the data center. That's the higher traffic draw than any type of truck traffic.
Okay, and those would those be like 53-foot trailers, or will these be simple box trucks?
Probably more likely a city delivery truck. These buildings really aren't geared towards receiving deliveries on 53-foot trailers. You just don't have, dock accommodations. Generally, you got more like a drive-in door situation.
Okay. That is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norman.
Perhaps that's some great questions. I tried to tell you, we're not adversarial, so we're doing a good job. And I like our rookie guys that had some great questions. Keep doing it. That's all for me.
Ms. Sylvia?
First of all, I want to thank you guys for giving us this information. Everybody's learning here at different time frames. I do have questions too, so again, not only for my understanding, but for anybody in the community here as well. I did some research. I know this is outside of the focus of what we're actually going to be deciding on today for the annexation and zoning question. But in this review, there were several data centers across the country. And it was done by the University of Michigan and submitted July of 2025. And in looking at this, that this was one of many things that I looked at, but there were some common themes. And when you said there were 450 jobs that, you know, would be full-time kind of after the construction piece of it was going, what seemed to come from this article, and there was that those were never realized. There's that piece. So if you have a comment on that. And then the other part, which is a big, as an RN, I'm very always concerned about this, the regulatory oversight, monitoring of these types of things. So what in your current group of data centers that you guys have already functioning and up and running, what kind of oversight do you have with that? Or do you have, or would you consider having, you know, and something here? The other part to this question is the other thing in terms of tax abatements and things that have been offered for the companies to kind of come in. And with that, it came through as I looked at this article, and it is worth to read if you're not familiar with it. Everybody's worth a read. It gives you a nice primer on some of these things. Is that it really ultimately ended up on the ratepayer, the consumer, who ended up having to help fund with any kind of school stuff and some other things that were making up the loss, you know, for the wage thing for that. So it is a concern of ours, or mine for sure, and I know everyone here, is that it's really that we are intelligent about going thing and that we look at thing and that everyone is for progress in some level, but we want our community to be protected and safeguarded and things like that. So what's your experience with all that? Thank you.
Sure.
Your answer.
Yeah, and we completely understand that sentiment about wanting to go about it intelligently and from a partnership perspective. First off, I'm not familiar with that article offhand, but just to generally answer your question as it relates to your questions about, you know, regulatory oversight, you know, for every project that we do, we comply with all local rules and regulations. So in this case, you know, every law and ordinance and regulation here in the city of Shelbyville, we would comply with that. And, you know, as far as, you know, any sort of tax abatement or anything, so it's kind of hard for me to answer that. But yeah, certainly every project, you know, we play by the rules.
Do you do long-term oversight? I guess that's my other thing. So we
I guess
pull the
help me
thread, we
understand.
get it going, and then what do we do 10 years down the road? Or
Help me understand your question, like
so
long.
the regulatory oversight. So are you, if whatever is, and I know we're early in the stage, and this is very, very early, everybody, so, you know, please be kind. This is when we are looking at, and things are agreed, the contracts and everything are out there, that whatever points are agreed upon, who's looking at that 2 years from now, every year from now, and is there a meeting that happens?
Yeah, so our
that kind of thing, down the road, so that there's always, you know, what wattage are you using, what kind of regulatory reporting do you do for the consumers to be able to see here, that
Yeah.
sort of thing, you know, the community.
Yeah, no, understandable.
Accountability.
Yeah, you want to make sure that
Absolutely.
we follow through on our agreements,
Absolutely.
and I can say without, you know, any reservations, we always follow through on our agreements. We have, you know, a huge operations side of the business, and so once one of these projects is completed, they manage the properties and make sure that, you know, we perform based on what we've agreed to.
If I understand, I think maybe you're talking about commitments that they're making with the city, or are you talking about
Yeah,
item
whatever the
requirements?
final, yes.
So I think in the past, when we've had commitments that Adam or the Planning Commission or BJ, whoever is attached to projects, those are enforced at the city level. You know, to the extent that whoever's not meeting the requirements that are set forth, there is a legal mechanism for the city to enforce those requirements. And, you know, and one of the things I think, especially with a project like this, to keep in mind is they're not going to build 13 buildings day one. The first buildings that would go in, as I understand it, my limited knowledge of this, would be in the RDC that's already zoned IG. And so, in every building after that, they're coming in with a site plan. They're coming in with for tech review, and you're able to ask about water. And you can say, how much water is that building using? How much loss is that building using? And if they aren't meeting their requirements, you don't give them a okay. You don't let them build. You know, I mean, you know, until full build out, they're having to constantly come back to you to get approvals for the next building. So when we start talking about the commitments, really we're talking 20 years down the road after there's full build out, right? because up until then, they're constantly having to come back to you to get additional permissions for the next site plan approval. And that will typically be done at the city level, and if they're not meeting those requirements, then the city sends a notice, and there's legal mechanisms to either get recompense or to enforce them to abide by the agreements. I don't know if that answers your question, but that kind of
That's
answers.
good, I mean, I know we're early in the process,
Yes.
but thank you.
And Ms. Sobiar, just to add some context to that, and I think Mr. Velasco covered it pretty generally, but from an enforcement standpoint, any conditions that Plan Commissioner Veazey imposes on an approval or any written commitments that the City Council, if this annexation were to go through and zoning classification were to happen, City Council has the ability to attach written commitments that would be recorded against the property. So to your point about 10, 15, 20, 30, 50 years down the road, those commitments can still be enforced. We would treat those, and we do this on a regular basis with other enforcement measures, but we have the tools to enforce those with fines and court orders and those types of things. I believe the ordinance, as it sits today, allows fines up to $5,000 per day that any violation is in place. So those are the tools in place so that if this body or City Council or someone else were to attach a condition, that is our leverage to ensure that it's complied with long term. And again, I might have already mentioned this, but those are always recorded as commitments on the property so that if the property is sold in 5, 10 years, all future owners of that property are still held to that same exact standard.
Thank you.
Ms. Carter, Mr. Molly,
Yeah, I do have a question. Currently, a piece of land out there is zoned IG. We call it the Greenleaf property. I forget how many, 100 and some acres, maybe? How many? Whatever it is.
140.
Pardon me?
140.
140. Theoretically, if you wanted, you're talking about building a campus of 13.
Yes.
If you wanted to build one building, we wouldn't be here today, right? Because you could build it on, you said you could have built there first. If you, theoretically, it's already zoned, so you could just go with the site plan and go through the normal process without any of this, correct?
Theoretically.
Right. How much space would a single building take? How many buildings could you build on the 140 acres that's there now?
It's hard to know without having completed any due diligence on the site, so I...
Understood.
Yeah.
1 or 2 buildings? At least 1?
Yeah.
Okay. But if you only built one, let's say you didn't get approval for what's not in, would you move forward with building what you could on the limited acreage that's there? Would it be profitable? Desirable for you?
We are very interested in the campus. These projects are based on scale, and so...
So most of your others are campuses of similar size,
we have
numbers of buildings?
other very large campus projects, yep.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Yeah, my questions are actually not going to be data center related. I'm going to try to focus on the petition we have in front of us the best we can. So my questions are actually for our city engineer, Mr. Comstock, just to provide some context on even if this isn't the project that ends up in this area, if we were to zone IG, general industrial, what kind of capacities in terms of utilities exist in that area currently?
Yeah, thanks. Good evening, my name is Tyler Comstock, city engineer. Just kind of give everybody a little bit of a background of Shelbyville as a whole regarding the water and sanitary capacities, as well as this specific site that we're looking at tonight. So many people don't know this. It's all underground. We don't see it. Actually, Indian American Water's water plants sit outside of the city limits. Many of us pass it every day. We just don't know what it is. Each of those treatment plants has the capacity of several million gallons that service the site. Like I said, there's two separate plants.
They come in from different directions of the city. That is a good thing for redundancy purposes, for capacities. We have all the factories and everything to the north of the city. We have a lot of residential towards the south and mixed in there. So having that redundancy and dual feeds helps supply everything that we need for our daily needs. So specifically for the site, we have an existing 12-inch water main that was extended to the site. I believe it was in the 2010, when was Crown, Adam?
Crown, I believe, is 2015 or 2016.
So in I think it was 2015, 2016, the city of Shelbyville, as well as Indiana American Water, extended utilities to this site to service what we thought was going to be Crown. Manufacturing for the original IG zoning district, or zoning land, that I believe 140 acres that was mentioned. So that existing 12-inch water main, now bear with me, there's so many hydraulics that come into play, pressure losses and things like that, but 12-inch water mains have the capacity to service about 4,700 gallons per minute, which equates to about 7 million gallons per day. That's a lot of water. I'm not saying that's what's here now, but that is what it has the potential. Please note that as the designs are come through, like they said, they don't have the answers right now because the buildings and the plumbing systems and the fixture counts, all that isn't actually figured yet in design. But please know what the process is when it gets to the design phase, they have to put together allocation letters, capacity letters, and then they have to work with Indiana American Water to say, hey, this site, and not just their buildings, this is actually for every site that comes in, every commercial, residential, subdivisions, everything. It comes in, they go to Indiana American Water and say, Indiana American Water, our site requires this many gallons per day. Do we have it? And then that's when Indiana American Water comes in and they start doing all their hydraulic analysis and their modelings. They run pressure tests to the area. That way they can see if they have the capacities that are needed to service the building. They have pressures needed for fire suppression and such. So yes, it's early, but I want you to know that those checks, there's a lot that goes in at the later stages for the design process. There's a lot of checks and balances there from a water perspective. So not only that, but when you start talking larger projects that require water main extensions, you actually have to go through IDEM. It's an NOI process to construct a water main extension. So now you're at the state level. So once again, there's another checks and balance, not just City of Shelbyville, not just Indiana American Water. So you have IDEM that comes in, the Department of Environmental Management. And then to give you guys some perspectives of different uses that the 600 acres could be, I know you hear all those numbers of 4,700 gallons per minute, 6 million gallons. Well, to give you some perspective, if we were to take this 600 acres and we turned it into let's say that's a large subdivision or multiple subdivisions, you can roughly get, roughly 4 houses per acre? On average, 4 houses per acre, which comes out to about 2,400 homes. In the civil engineering world, we have design criteria of how many gallons we associate with each home. Each home gets about 500 gallons per day. That's what we design to. That's what we would work with in the American Water to get the water main extensions. That's what you figured. For instance, if that was 2,400 homes, that would be over 1 million gallons a day if this was residential. If it was commercial, if it was business, depending on what it is, those have different capacity requirements. I would see it going up. But I just want to give you guys some thought of what that would be. 1 million gallons a day. I know 1 million gallons a day sounds like a lot. We actually have a lot of the manufacturing facilities here in town. We have facilities here in town that range from 250,000 gallons per day to 1 million gallons per day. And Indiana American Water doesn't even bat an eye. They can do that. But again, at the early design levels, they work out those details to see and make sure that it doesn't pressure or hurt our system, and make sure that everybody has what they need, including all of the businesses, residential, schools, everything like that. So that's Indian American Water, and that's clean water. Again, sorry if I'm kind of lecturing you, but I think it's really good to learn all this because a lot of the questions that, what's that?
You didn't answer his question. You're just talking at us. You didn't answer.
I know, I'm trying to inform you guys because a lot of the letters that we got were these questions, wells and stuff like that. So he's asking, what is the water requirements to the site? I was trying to give you that. So I apologize if you thought I was rambling, but I was trying to answer a broad list of questions that we got from all the emails and everything in there.
Yeah, electricity.
It's not open to the public.
Once it gets down to me, I will kind of go through some other utilities and such in a little more detail to help clarify some of those questions that we received through emails and all the letters. So I'll follow that. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Let me simplify the question, I guess.
Sorry.
And then I think the context is good. But to answer my question, in your opinion, regardless if it's a data center, is this area equipped to handle general industrial use?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
Based on the gallons per day, like I said, the civil engineering, based on the uses, we have set guidelines on what we use for estimates. Again, nothing's certain until the actual plumbing designs are done, but based on the estimates that we have, I believe industrial use, we factor in for sanitary is 500 gallons per day. That's on the sanitary side. Usually you're gonna have some uses of the water, so you're probably anticipating like, I said 500 gallons per day, sorry, 500 gallons per acre. Usually it's on the water side, it's probably about 750 gallons per acre. So yeah, we have a lot of water going there.
That's the only question I have.
Sorry, Carter, didn't mean to bore you. You're good.
And just to come back on the Commissioner Schuler's questions about loop fill. So I did check with our technical team. So loop fill is 200,000 gallons with an annual loss of about 1%, and that's done annually. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Is that each building?
Yes.
Mr. Lux?
Yeah, I want to return to the time frame question that we just talked about, Gary brought up. What would be your time frame from, if you get approval on this, what would be your time frame to completion of the full campus?
Yeah, so our estimated time frame for full completion is about 10 years.
And that would be sectioned and back to us for approval. When would we know what those are? 'Cause I thought that was a very good point.
So I guess just help, like, when you say section.
Zones, you said, is that the term they use?
Segmented?
Phases.
Yeah, so we're pursuing rezoning for the entire campus. But as far as completion of the buildings, those would be phased over 10 years. So we would start at the western side of the campus and work east.
Okay.
Sorry, to clarify that question, about 18 months to 2 years is the cycle for starting another building. If that answers that question.
For completing the full campus?
Yes.
18 months.
To 2 years.
Yes.
That's the
13,
cycle.
yeah, 13.
13 buildings.
The 13 buildings. Okay.
I think what he's saying,
Yeah. I think what he's saying is
they're
they
doing
take
a building
18
for
months.
18 months to 2 years, with a 10-year total completion of all 13 buildings.
Okay. With returning to us for approval, site approval for each phase.
Yes.
All right, yes, okay, thank you. And another one, very little research on data centers in the last week and a half, but I see the buildings that you've shown are kind of short. Is there a reason why you couldn't have 3 buildings along 74 that were 8 stories tall instead of taking up 400 and 600 acres?
Well,
Is the city limiting that? Are you limiting that?
It's a cost issue, so it's much cheaper to build 1 story as compared to 8 stories. Not to mention all of the equipment that goes inside and the heat that it produces and that needs to be dissipated. It's hard to do it vertically.
Okay. And then in your little rendering here, and I don't know if Adam, you can show the
Site plan.
site plan here, the rough site plan. What are the little pink, purple? I'm assuming the green ones are the buildings and the blue ones are ponds. What are the pink buildings?
Yeah, so those are substations.
Okay, so those are electrical power stations.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, no further questions.
Mr. Comstock?
Yeah, so, I have some questions. I apologize, I know I'm gonna bore some of you, but please understand that we receive probably hundreds of letters, emails. I have a lot of comments to make regarding what we have available. This is for anything that goes into this site. We had a lot of questions. I'm sorry if you feel like you're bored, but maybe the person beside you, it was their question, they really want to know.
You're doing fine.
So please just hang with me here. All right. Talked about water. That's the clean stuff coming in. Let's talk about the dirty stuff going out. So back in 2019, when Crone, like I said, we had utility extensions come to the site. The sanitary sewer. You can sit down if you want. I don't want to. The city of Shelbyville, our wastewater treatment group, we extended the sanitary to the site, which includes a 12-inch and a 15-inch sanitary mains. To give some perspectives, a 12-inch at a minimum slope gives about 750 gallons per minute, which comes out to about 1 million gallons per day. That's roughly what the capacity is. So he was saying that some of the buildings have, I forget what the use was, but or the evaporation losses that come into the sanitary sewer, but it can handle at least about 1 million gallons per day. So again, very similar to Indiana American Water, on the sanitary side, you do basically the same exact thing. When they get the design done, we have all the flows that are coming out of the building. They will do capacity letters that have to go to our sanitary wastewater treatment facilities and say almost the same thing. Can you guys handle this? Here are our flows. We're going to send it to that line. Can you handle this flow? Those flows, once it gets to the city, I'll usually help out Shelly. And Shelly, you here? We'll usually work with her team to look at everything that is city infrastructure. We look at the pipes that comes through. We look at every lift station that comes through, and then ultimately you have to look at the water or the wastewater treatment plant itself. Again, we have to look at, can it handle everything? What is coming in? A lot of people's concerns were their chemicals, and is that leached into Lewis Creek, because the site is right there by the Lewis Creek. A lot of that, anything within a building has to come through sanitary sewer. I know it sounds silly, but even in a parking garage, your floor drains, because it's considered in a building, usually come through sanitary sewer. It's because there are risks of chemicals, and we don't want that going through the storm system, so we'd rather it come through a sanitary system. Sorry, Brian, I know I'm taking a long time. And so the reason that's important is we know what's coming in. Again, not just this use, but every industrial use. The city of Shelbyville requires sampling manholes. Those are large manholes that are at the out discharge pipe from each building, where our sanitary crews can go in and actually take samples and see what's coming in before it gets to our city sanitary sewers. That way, if they are leaking something, let's say some kind of toxic material, or in the manufacturing world, you might get some metal shavings or plastic or something. I'm not sure what all that is. Then we can work with them to make adjustments, and then also our sanitary sewer team has the opportunity to make adjustments at the plant that's needed. Shelly has worked at the sanitary sewer treatment facility for, sorry Shelly, almost as long as I've been alive. Her and her crews, they really know, they know their stuff. And so that's sanitary. And again, with sanitary sewer, there's all kinds of state regulations and permits that have to go through. So it's not just the city of Shelbyville thing. We're not just looking at it. There's other jurisdictions, I would say, and agencies that look into this to make sure everything's in order. Checks and balances, I'll say. Sorry. Stormwater. A lot of people had some concerns about stormwater. It's right next to a creek. Lewis Creek takes a lot of water. Everybody's always concerned about flooding when industrial sites come in. Actually, really, when anything comes in. Neighborhoods, people have the same concerns. It's just because it's something new that wasn't there before, so they don't know what the water's going to do. City of Shelbyville, and really everywhere for that matter, they have stormwater standards. We have requirements for release rates. That way, when the design is completed, the way it works, all the stormwater is collected off of the building, the site, even what makes its way through the grass. They have to design a detention pond that holds the water and slowly releases it before it leaves the site. That way, anybody that has any concerns with, hey, it's going to flood Lewis Creek downstream, our standards require that we hold back the water and it is released at a much slower rate before it enters a stream or city sewer system. Along with holding back the water, everybody's concerned about environmental. Just like sanitary sewer, stormwater, we also have water quality standards. We have, within our design standards, we have what the treatment rates are, what it has to be. There's procedures in place that we can check to make sure it is what before it leaves the site. Just like a sampling manhole, usually those devices, and we are able to actually go to those and check them. Sometimes the city is forced to actually clean it for sites that maybe don't maintain it themselves. At least it gives us the opportunity to clean it before any of those harmful materials leaves the site. Sorry. I think that's it for municipal utilities, water, sanitary, storm. I have some questions regarding electric, if that's okay. It's very general. I am not I'm a civil engineer, I stay on the ground, things under it. I don't do aerial and electric. I just know not to put a knife in an outlet. You mentioned that Hoosier Energy Partnership. City of Shelbyville has Duke Energy, and we have Rush Shelby Energy, which is mostly the rural community. But in your presentation, you mentioned Hoosier Energy. Can you explain to me and everybody here who Hoosier Energy is, where they're at? Is it local, state, county? Like, can you explain where they are in all of this and how
My
that?
reference to Hoosier Energy was just based on Rush Shelby being a part of the cooperative.
Okay, so Hoosier Energy is more like a state level?
Correct.
So when Hoosier Energy, it's my understanding that maybe are they the ones at the state level that provide the electric to the counties and cities via Duke Energy and Rush Shelby Energy?
You know, I can get back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, I know you guys are early. I'm going to start with some of my questions. Going back to environmental and due diligence, have you guys performed any kind of phase 1 ESAs?
No.
Any kind of analysis on that of the soils or anything? Okay,
That's no problem.
on the, quite a few of the letters that we had noise concerns. That's one of them that everybody talks about. Everybody says, get ready for the hum that we're going to hear for eternity. Have there been any studies near this site or any of your other sites of what the increase of decibels may be for something like this?
We haven't done any studies for this site as it relates to noise.
Okay.
All I can say is we will obviously, comply with Shelbyville's noise ordinance.
Yeah, and it's my understanding that, just for some people's knowledge, the way these noise studies can sometimes work is, this site is pretty unique in that Interstate 74 is right there. So there's going to be what's called ambient noise. Interstate 74 might have a decibel level of, I'm going to make up a number, 75. And then what they'll do is, they'll do a study to see what generates off of these data centers and say, okay, the original was 75, you can expect maybe a 90. Again, I do not know decibels or
It's typically
acoustics.
not that much, but that's absolutely right. And I'm glad you brought that up because that's another real positive of this site is that it is right next to the interstate, so there already is a lot of ambient noise there. And so really, the only noise that comes off of these is just the fans from the chillers, and so that's really good. But again, yeah, we will absolutely comply with all ordinance requirements.
So along with the fans and the chillers, I know one of the other big concerns is the noise of generators. I understand that it's for emergency use. There will be testing. From the research that I did, usually the testing is done, I believe, probably during the daytime when everybody's at work, school. That way it won't mess with anybody in the residential areas. But I saw on your, I think it was the aerial rendering that shows it from like a bird's eye view, that it looked like you guys had walls around it. Are those walls there to help contain some of that noise from getting out in the case that those were used?
Yeah, it's a combination of security and sound attenuation.
Okay. How about someone mentioned that the buildings are fairly short and you have the chiller units and everything like that? Is it typical of your guys' buildings or a data center like this to have maybe a taller parapet to help stop some of that noise from going outwards? I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, it's completely dependent on the customer requirements, and so, since we're just not at that phase.
Okay, yeah. I just didn't know what the general practice was in the industry. One big thing, along with the jobs that are created, I think it was mentioned that it was 450 jobs on campus.
Yep.
Are there supplemental businesses that maybe follow these? Like, for instance, these things have to use a lot of HVAC.
Yeah, absolutely. And so that's why on that one slide, I can't remember the number slide, Adam, but there's a direct employment number. It's the state of Indiana slide, Adam. There's that 5,500 direct employment number, and then there's that 24,000, I think it is, ancillary employment. So absolutely, like Larry mentioned, there's people coming in and out of this data center all the time, maintaining it. So it's not just the people that work on the campus. It's local businesses that are also coming in and helping run the campus.
Okay, thank you. Another thing that's unique about this site, it actually doesn't really touch any city roads. We do have a little Greenleaf Way and those little stubs that we had. But other than that, the main corridor that this touches, sorry, trying to wet my whistle. The main corridor that this actually touches is State Road 44. Is it typical for you guys that when a large campus like this, are you guys going to be working with the state to make sure all the entrances and that corridor has all the capacity needed, not only for construction, but in the end use? I know that there's not as much vehicles, which I'll say from a city engineer's perspective that has to analyze the roads all the time, that is actually a good thing for me. I know that's kind of counterintuitive. I like to see the numbers low. It's a lower impact to city roads versus if it was like a warehouse with Amazon coming in. But if you guys engaged NDOT at all about maybe what possibly they will require for this corridor?
It's too early for that, but absolutely. Once we get to that site planning phase of the process, we perform, very detailed traffic studies and work very closely with departments of transportation.
And I know Prologis, being that they've done quite a few developments, industry around the state of Indiana, I know you guys are prepared for this, but will you guys be making a lot of that upfront, what I'll say, fixes or repairs or improvements to corridors that NDOT and all that may require you guys?
Absolutely.
Okay. Going back to the site layout, sorry, Adam. One big thing, can you go to the site layout, Adam? One big thing that I notice here is the use of Lewis Creek as somewhat of a natural buffer. For everybody's understanding, Lewis Creek has quite a bit of flow, like I said. There are floodplains associated with that. There's actually a floodway associated with that. Anything that is impacted for floodplains or floodways, especially floodways, have major state requirements permitting. What I like about that is it protects that area. It looks like you guys are looking to try to keep that buffer to the south. Is that the intent of what I'm seeing here in the layout?
That's right.
Okay. Sorry, what's that? Oh, I thought I heard my name. Sorry, I thought I heard my name. And then also regarding the layouts, are you guys, when you guys come through with layouts, are you guys used to seeing requirements of much longer setbacks from not only roadways, but unlike uses or zoning such as industrial and such? Do you guys usually see maybe more than that, or more than the minimums with these?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely dependent on the project, but in this case, we have exceeded the setback requirements. And so, again, I hate to repeat myself, but as we get into the site planning process, we'll deal with that.
Yeah. Thank you. And then I think one of the last things I have, question-wise, is it appears to me from the buildings, are these concrete tilt-up panels?
Yes.
Are these more of like a shell building that then, once the tenant is chosen, you basically leave it blank, gravel floor, and then once a tenant comes in, you just do all the TI?
It varies.
Sorry, tenant improvements.
Yeah, it varies. It depends on what our customer wants, whether that's us doing a turnkey for them or whether it's, us providing the shell and them doing their own build-up.
So given that it's that type of building, have you guys ever run into yet where you had to maybe take a data center out and then reuse that building for something else? And the reason I bring that up is this building construction is very typical to all of these industrial buildings that you see along the highways. It looks like the same exact building, because I know some people are concerned that what happens if there is an AI bubble burst? Are we stuck with these buildings that can't be used? My guess is we can strip all that stuff out and then it just becomes a normal warehouse, possibly a manufacturing facility. But is there anything special about these buildings that don't allow anything like that?
No, I mean, we design with flexibility in mind, with an eye towards, progress and, reuse.
I think I hit almost everything I could think of what I have here in my notes. What I will ask, what I'll say is, Adam, please correct me if I'm wrong, but as we have public comment, if there are questions that maybe come up, I won't answer, or we won't answer them directly if we can, but we'll make note of, and then do we have the ability to answer after?
Yeah, so, and we'll go into this a little bit, or here in a little bit as well, but what will happen is the public comment will be made to the board. You can all take notes, and after the public comment has concluded, that is the board's opportunity the petitioner will come back again and respond to some of those, but that's an opportunity for the board, again, to ask some of those questions. So the petitioner, the members of the public won't get an answer immediately from you all or from the petitioner, but after the entire public hearing portion is done, that is your opportunity to repeat those questions that you heard from the public to the petitioner.
Finally, sorry.
I have a few questions. One, why here? We're developing the Challenger Industrial Park on the northwest side of the city. That's 2 minutes from the interstate. So you're not much farther than what you are there. It's out in the middle of nowhere. That's not going to bother anybody or anything. So why this piece of property and not Hessian Boulevard that is being made for industrial use for our city?
one, we like the fact that, 30% of the site is already zoned IG, and number two, the power. We can get the power to this site.
Okay. And I did a little research on your company, and some of your buildings have solar on top of it. Will you not use solar here? I mean, that's out, God's country, the sun's right above it, you get all the sun you want.
Certainly, once buildings are built, that's something that is dependent on what the customer's building is and what's in our agreement with them. You're absolutely right. We do, put solar panels on some of our buildings, but it just varies by building and market.
Okay. And why Indiana? Is it because our governor's giving you tax breaks on? And all money matches. I mean, I know you don't have to pay sales tax for 40 or 50 years, and utility tax for 40 or 50 years. So is that one of the prime reasons Indiana, and not New Mexico or Arizona where there's ranges in Kansas? My son lives in Kansas. There's all kinds of.
Yeah,
So, just curious.
we do projects all over the country, and so Indiana is a market that we really like, and obviously in this instance, there's a number of factors that contribute to our high interest in this, and so we're in the business of developing real estate.
Okay. What happens if, you say this is a 10-year build out, and we have people working on satellites that's gonna take all this stuff off the ground and put it in the air, and there's a bust. Are we set with 13 empty buildings that we can't do a lot with? They're going it back to the ground it was, or what? Or do you have a plan? I mean, as a plan table, we have to look to the future, and if this blows up like everything else seems to blow up, are we stuck with these buildings out in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, like I said, we design with flexibility in mind, and it's really hard for any of us to predict the future. I wish we could, but like I said, we design with flexibility so that as technology does change, the guts of the building, the computer equipment in the building, that can be taken out, and whatever current technology is prevalent, those can go back in the buildings. And so, but it's just really hard to sit here and say what 20 or 30 years looks like from now.
Okay. That's all of my questions. Mr. Gary, you had a follow-up question?
Yeah, I just had one question in pertains to the buildings. From the slide you showed, these buildings look pretty much cookie cutter, the same 13 buildings, right? They will be pretty much universally the same building campus-wide, right? Or will there be a lot of variation?
Like I said, this is a test fit to give us, it's a blocking diagram.
Okay.
So, yes, it's very simple at this stage. No doubt about it. Like, when they're built, they're like Tyler said, they look like the other industrial buildings in the area. So they're square boxes.
Okay.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Glasgow, could we talk to you a minute? I know you're bored out there.
Oh, you forgot I was here.
Yeah. Why IG? Why not light industrial or business highway? Is it just because the other lot that the city has? That's why you wanted to ask for that?
Yeah, so that it's a similar zoning as the existing lot that would be a part of the prospective purchase.
Okay.
Which touches what the city owns, correct?
Yes, yeah, which is adjacent, it's what it's adjacent to.
So the zoning would be in
Yeah,
the same blanket of property that's already zoned this way.
correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Sure, go ahead.
Adam, do you have readily available whatever the last comprehensive plan was for this area? Just for everybody's knowledge to see what was planned here and what year that was done?
Yeah, so the most recent comprehensive plan, and for those in the room, that's The core planning document for the entire city, it's every single decision that the Plan Commission and the Board of Zoning Appeals makes, they're required to consider that document, and it's kind of a guiding document. It covers a lot of different principles, but one of the, by state law, one of the required pieces of it is a future land use map. We note it in our staff report, but the future land use designation for this area is high-tech slash light industrial and commercial. And to your other question, that plan was adopted in early 2019, so went through the update process in 2018 and then adopted early 2019.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Your other facilities you've had around the country, have you had pretty good success? Has it been extended?
Yes, absolutely. There's extremely high demand from our customers for these buildings.
Say that one more time, I can hear you.
So let me make sure I understand. Can you restate your question?
The other facilities you have around the country, have you met with success on those?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Our customers are very happy with what we built for them.
Thank you.
Please, Mr. Garrett.
Yeah, my question's, I think more geared towards, Eric. So going off the, future land use, I know that the site that this annexation is touching is zoned for general industrial. Was there any thought to maybe, I don't know if you can answer this, but the site that's already zoned general industrial, was there any thought to maybe change that to light industrial?
That's a redevelopment corporation question, because they're the ones that own the ground that's currently zoned IG.
Okay.
As to this, I believe the main criteria for why the IG was selected was to keep it in, in the same as what the existing ground in the city that's adjacent is.
Okay. I didn't know if you had any conversation with the RDC about that, so just wondering.
I have not. My clients, are just seeking to get annexed in and match that. If the RDC is interested in rezoning it to light industrial, if the planning commission is interested in, doing a recommendation on light industrial, that's kind of out of the purview of where we are right now. It's up to you guys, but for us, we were just trying to match the existing land use for that Shelbyville ground.
Okay. Thank you.
I think Mike, maybe you asked about the success question, and I think you spoke more about the tenant that you house in your facilities. What about the success for the communities that your facilities are currently at? What do you see as the success?
Well, like I said, I mentioned the Northern Virginia conversion that we did. That has produced a lot of revenue for Loudoun County, and they're very happy with that. Same.
By a lot of revenue, about how much do you see there in Virginia?
Well, like I said, on a ratio basis, it's roughly 15 to 1. I don't have that number for that specific project on hand.
To the $15 to $1 per.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I have a question as well. If the Plan Commission and City Council annex this property under IG, and say this company who wants to buy it does not buy it, the landowners then, would they still be able to sharecrop or farm that area if they?
Yeah, when you would zone, if you change the zoning, annexed it in, they would be what's called a legal non-conforming use, generally, because they're allowed to continue to operate under the conditions that they were operating prior to the annexation and rezone. So they would still be able to operate in that capacity.
Thank you. All good. I'm gonna close comment to our board. Thank you, Eric and folks from Logistics. We're gonna take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we will start with public comment. and we come back, I call it back into session. Mr. Evans will call the first 5 people up. please sit down. We will now call to order the second part of our meeting. Mr. Secretary, will you go through the rules that we're going to do?
Yes, so Mr. Cassidy had talked through some of these rules at the beginning, but just to remind everyone, the way that this is going to, the public hearing portion of this is going to function, we had everyone sign up in advance. If you'd like to speak and you have not signed up, someone from our staff is set up in the lobby with a laptop. You can go speak with her, get signed up, and we'll add you to the list. But that's how you'll need to, or that's the list we'll be pulling from. We will call in order about 5 or 6 names. When you hear your name, if you'll just move to the front. The first row up here behind the podium is reserved to empty seats. So just take a seat one at a time, get up there. Again, state your name clearly and your address, and then individuals will have 1 minute to speak, and then anyone representing an organized group, so 3 members or more, they will have 3 minutes to speak. We will have a timer going, and we will announce time. When your time is up, finish your thoughts and step away from the microphone. Another piece that Mr. Cassidy talked about earlier, just for the sake of everyone's time this evening and for the board, so that they can properly process all this and we can have an effective meeting. If you've heard your comment already said, it's completely appropriate to get up there and just say, I agree with Mr. So-and-so's comment on X. Repeating the same exact thing again and again, we'll ask you to move along, just so that, again, as many people as possible have the opportunity to speak and we get through this hearing in an effective manner. There were also a few people when they signed up, they said they might not speak. That's perfectly fine. When you hear your name called, we'll have you come to the front and sit there and kind of one at a time take your turn. If we did not hear you speak, we'll call your name again. And if you don't come up twice, we will just assume that you do not want to speak, and we will mark that down and just move along. So with that, I think I've covered everything. Yes.
Good.
Okay. And like I said, we will announce the first 5, so I will hand the mic over to Mike, and he will do it.
All right, thank you. Our first 5 speakers tonight are Connie Lindsay, Susan Taylor, Laureen White, Diana Lemons, and Mr. Jeff Bate. So please make your way down to the front.
Yes, yeah, after your name and address, I'll press start. Yes. Yep.
How do we sign up?
If you'd like to sign up to speak, someone from our staff is out in the lobby, so feel free to go speak with them. Thank you. I apologize. Our staff member is actually right up here in the front. I'm sorry, she moved up here. So if you'd like to speak, Lisa is right here in the front row in the corner. Yes, she can get you signed up. Thank you.
Adam, could you please pull up the, blackboard that I had made? The footprint of what class would be annexed and so. Thank you. My name is Connie Lindsay, and my address is 2428 Trotters Chase, Shelbyville. And thank you for giving us a chance to speak to you. My concern is, if you look at the map, everyone, you're going to see the purple. That goes all the way past 325 East, which for reference is Shelbyville Community Church in the old Carter Building. and all the way down to almost 425 East. That's a lot of ground, folks. And I know that part of this rezoning is supposed to be about highest and best use. I ask that if it is annexed, that you please annex this as ag, and then the future people or industries, businesses that want to approach this ground, that they come to you for rezoning at that point with what they want to do. That's what I'm asking. And I have, if you will take it, over 5,000 signatures in 7 days. 5,040 signatures in 7 days opposing the annexation and the rezoning. And I ask that you please
That's time.
listen to us. Even though I represent our group of people. Well, I'm representing 5,000 signatures.
Well, let us know that we had, when you signed up, you just had your name, Connie, so we had no idea. So, you can come back if you read what you do.
Representing a big group.
So again, I'm looking at State Road 44 from I-74. To put this in perspective, that's 1.5 miles from 74 going east. That means that everything on the right, or the south side of 44, you're asking us to look at buildings, industrial buildings, and you're telling us that that could potentially be the highest and best use for what is really good farm ground right now? Please reconsider this. Consider what the neighbors, consider the footprint of what we want Shelbyville to look like. This is not the highest and best use in our estimation, and we have 5,000 signatures to agree with me. So again, thank you, and I just ask, think about this and think about a moratorium. Give us all an opportunity to sit down and work together. Because I think we all want to work together, but we want to do what's best for the city and for the people who live out there. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't know what you consider a group. I represent a group of people, homeowners, family members of at least 5 or 6 people who have signed a petition. Whether you want to give me a minute or 3? Fine, thank you. Well, first off, let me say, I've been living in this community since 1967. My name is Jeff Payton. I live at 1333 East Meeks Road. I also own a business at 505 South Harrison, so I have in the city and in the county. I guess what I'm most proud of is, and a lot of you were there Monday night, so you were there to see the hundreds of people who couldn't even get into the building, who all opposed it. And as I said then, I'll say again, 0 people were for it. You'd think one person would get up in the community. And I'll quote the mayor, as he quoted on Fox 59, he said, "Never in my time have I seen this many people show up to oppose something." Well, I think that's so I would say then, never in my time have I seen this many people show up to oppose something. You say hi, and we're going to talk about what your job is. Okay? And as Gary pointed out, you're all Shelby County, you're all Shelbyville residents. Great, fantastic. We're on the same team. And to allow somebody to come in here, and I'm not picking on poor Prologus, but maybe I am, that's part of my profession. When you come here, gosh, give us some answers. You gave us 0. And I love that you guys ask. You ask great questions. You ask great questions. So let's talk about the zoning here. So we talk about this farmland. You'll hear from people who have homes there. So it's ag and it's residential and people building nice homes there and the farm ground. I think it ought to stay that way. You already have where you want to put Crone. You already have the industrial there. The other thing you're supposed to look at, and I think Ms. Tinsley, she said, how does this affect property values? That's obvious.
I mean, who wants to live? It's the first time I've heard my son say, thinking about moving out of the community. That hurts. That hurts. He's got a great job, he's here in the community, and now I'm hearing people don't want to be here if they come here. Other communities have said no, let's do the same. The annexation, but what you're talking about as far as the zoning, let's talk about where it's at. Of course they love it, it's right on the interstate, but this is, and I believe on your planning, we are to worry about, hey, what's it look like when you come into our community, okay? Is that the highest and best use? Is that something that's gonna make us look like, wow, they really know what they're doing? No, it's gonna do the opposite. I wouldn't want to be a part of it, but this is about data centers. And I'll say, just keep that in mind. I would never allow someone this important, and it's our hometown, folks. And they come here and he can't answer questions. He can't answer. I'd love to have him up here and ask him other questions. You pointed out the Michigan study. There's also from Stanford, there's also the Brookings Institute, and it's all named for it. All
Hello, my name is Susan Taylor. I live at 445 South, 230 West. The proposal to annex and rezone this land is in direct conflict with the Shelby County Economic Development Plan and the Shelbyville Comprehensive Plan. Page 56 of the Comprehensive Plan states that Shelby County, these are quotes, Shelby County is one of the most productive agriculture counties in the state due to our soil. Unfortunately, qualities that make soil good for crops often make it good for buildings. It is important to weigh the impact of development on soils best used for prime farmland. That is in your document. The Economic Development Plan vision statement states, quote, "The county is committed to preserving the natural beauty, agricultural roots, and small town feel that define its identity." These are two of the articles in these documents, right, that say that you will preserve our natural resources and our farming heritage. These are your documents. These are your processes, and these are your promises.
You can wait just a second. I want to call the next 5 to come down right before the last 2 of the speakers. So if we could have Mr. Trevor Pike, Mr. Bob Steinecker, Miles Llewellyn, and Jamie Houston, and Richard Kitson, please make their way to the podium. Thank you. Go ahead and please continue.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your great questions. My name is Diana Lemus. I live at 6284 East Blue Ridge Road. My husband Gary and I own farmland, and we are adjacent farmland to the property in question underneath one of the lovely purple boxes illustrated earlier. We would like to express our opposition to the proposal annexation and rezoning of this property. It will have a direct impact on our farmland due to drainage issues, even if you do flat slab concrete construction. And the neighbors on the east side as well, the farmland there, they're going to have the same created issues as well. Today, I searched Google Earth, and I found there are 314 homes within 1 mile of the perimeter of the 429 acres, not to mention Red Bud Acres, which is also in that mile from the perimeter of this property. 2 churches, Community Church, Mount Vista Baptist Church, and this is going to completely change the landscape of the area here when you put this into industrial instead of agriculture. This is a quiet, peaceful, beautiful community. We love it, and we want to keep it this way. And these are my friends, these are my family, and my neighbors, and it feels like we are facing Goliath. But many of us can't pick up the stones because we can't vote for city officials because we're
Hold your applause.
I am an attorney in Indiana, and I represent a group of people as well. Laureen White, my office address is 2629 Lindsberg Road in Prior to this meeting, I provided each of you a hard copy of my 21-page remonstrance brief and attached exhibits. You can find it inside the black binder in front of you. The brief details the remonstrators that I represent today. These clients are directly affected by this land use decision and will have standing to take appropriate future legal action. Unfortunately, with the 3 minutes I've been provided, I cannot give you a detailed presentation on my brief or exhibits as the petitioner was allowed. The brief provided details the violations to both Indiana statute and the UDO, which are occurring by having a meeting tonight. Specifically, the land to be rezoned is not currently part of the city, and this commission lacks the authority to make a determination or recommendation regarding these parcels. Additionally, until Monday night's meeting, the petitioners provided no site plan as is required as part of their rezone application. Even now, that site plan lacks detail required. This failure forecloses remonstrators' ability to review and respond to the proposed land use. It also forecloses this commission's ability to place appropriate conditions on the land. Kicking the can down the road on these items allows petitioners to argue in the future that they've spent too much time and money to stop the project and have to move forward. Additionally, within those 21 pages, you will find documented evidence showing how this rezone does not comply with the comprehensive plan, how it does not fit the current conditions and character of this land, how it is not the most desirable use for this land, that it will injure property values, and that this rezone is not an example of responsible growth and development. Prologis has been shopping this data center around Indiana counties. In April of 2025, Kosciuszko County denied data center development by Prologis, citing incompatibility with their comprehensive plan, a loss of valuable farmland, spot zoning concerns, and infrastructure and resource impacts. Based on the information provided to you today, my clients request that you table this rezone until such time that this board has authority to act, or in the alternative, that you send the rezone request back to the Common Council with an unfavorable recommendation. With my remaining time, I would like to ask anyone here today that is in opposition to this rezone to stand.
Next.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Trevor Pike, and I represent myself and my parents, both Scott and Patricia Pike, located at 2879 South Thompson Road. My mother also signed up to speak and is relinquishing her time so that I may have the allocated 3 minutes in order to speak. To this point, I had provided a letter to the Commission earlier this morning highlighting a few of my concerns, two of which I believe have not been adequately addressed at this juncture. The first of which is primarily economic. It's no secret that data centers require an immense amount of electricity, as by their very nature, they are designed to run 24/7 without interruption. Per a June 2025 report by Open Energy Outlook, in collaboration with Carnegie Mellon University, electricity bills are on track to rise an average of 8% nationwide by 2030. In reviewing data from PGM Interconnection Involved States, a network with a high concentration of data centers, including Virginia, which was mentioned earlier, residential electricity rates have increased between 23 and 40% over the past 5 years, with data center growth identified as a primary driver. Even if the company associated with this proposed project plans on entirely financing the infrastructure upgrades necessary to support the energy demand of this data center, the actual electrical rates themselves are still governed by the principles of supply and demand. As a result, consumers in the area can expect their monthly utility bills to increase, and in an environment where the cost of living is already in crisis, this is a thoroughly unappetizing proposition. In addition, as a consequence of the 24/7 operation requirement of these data centers, they are frequently required to implement backup diesel generators for times when the grid is not able to sufficiently supply its electrical demand. This leads into my next concern, one of particular import as a physician. Data centers contribute to harmful air pollutants both indirectly through their increased demands on fossil fuel power plants and through their own backup generators. I find the description of these buildings, the computer in a box, to be a gross oversimplification of their reliance on infrastructure outside of the building itself. In a study by Hahn et al. Out of the University of California on the public health impacts of data centers, the emission sources were identified and grouped into 3 categories: emissions from the maintenance and operation of the generators themselves, emissions from combustion from these fossil fuel power plants in order to power them, as well as the manufacturing of the server hardware. While I believe the third point is out of the scope, I will focus on some potential impacts in the 2028 projection for the former 2, where it was determined that by 2028, we can attribute approximately 600,000 asthma symptom cases and 1,300 premature deaths in the U.S. each year. The overall public health cost, which could reach greater than $20 billion, and the total national emissions from data centers rivaling that of all combined road emissions of the largest U.S. states, such as California. The particulates released by these diesel generators, in addition to the known air pollution from fossil fuel power plants, have been associated with increased rates of heart attacks, asthma, strokes, lung cancer, cognitive decline, and overall premature mortality. The nitric oxide produced by these backup diesel generators, which are required to run for maintenance as well as when they are required for the actual electrical production, produce 200 to 600 times more of these nitric oxide particles than associated natural gas power plants.
That's
I do
time.
not believe that the public health risks of such a facility outweigh the meager benefits and transient employment offered by it.
Hi, my name is Jamie Houston, and I'm here to speak for Cindy Works campaign. It's a volunteer grassroots campaign for Indiana's 6th congressional district, which includes all of Shelby County. She'd like her statements to be included in the public record. Data centers use non-disclosure agreements to stealthily invade and take advantage of communities through massive tax breaks and financial incentives for decision makers, while providing fewer than 100 jobs. They promise to have positive ecological footprints, but rarely fulfill that promise. Data centers strain electrical grids, they cause rolling brownouts, disrupt residents' lives, and their emissions pollute both our air and water. Indiana's HB 1405 gives out 50-year tax breaks for these secretly planned facilities, which will become our problem for future decades to come. I urge you to stand up to protect Shelbyville, since our health, our homes, and our voices matter more than big tech profits. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Richard Allen Kitson. I live at 103 Luna Place in Shelbyville, and I'm here representing myself, my wife, and several residents in the new subdivision of Isabel Farms. I thank you for allowing me to speak. I am opposed to the petition for annexation and zoning. We as residents of Shelbyville appeal to you to abide by your own stated objectives to preserve and promote best land usage. With all respect, please, let's all be real about this. This is about a data center on this land. Even the suggestion or the acknowledging that from the beginning by the company, to me it is a slap in the face. Prologis is not fully prepared to answer questions that surely have been asked before in other situations. I'm believing that they are not being forthright on several questions, not answering with transparency as evidenced tonight. Data centers are notorious for overpromising and under-delivering. And most certainly, they want this area because the state of Indiana in 2019 passed the 50-year tax abatement, and also there are sales tax issues where they can forego some of that. Let's be honest again about that. I moved here from Kosciuszko County. And as mentioned earlier, that county government entities, they did not permit this company to build a data center because of non-compliance with land usage and because of what's happening here tonight, the huge turnout of the residents saying this will not stand. There's so much information and questions that need to be answered before an educated decision can be made. They've acknowledged, the company, is that they have more due diligence to do. With all due respect, I believe this commission has more due diligence to do before a logical and thorough answer can be provided. Several counties in Indiana have placed moratoriums on data centers, and it would serve Shelbyville well to follow suit. till a thorough and complete analysis has been completed for the proposed project. Why should we move forward when there seems to be so many questions to answer, and in 2 hours or 3 hours, there's no way those all can be answered? Data centers are a net taker from the community and not a giver. The question we have is, who will represent us on this decision, the residents of this community? Will you represent us in your decision, or will you represent the special interests that have huge interest in the data center, possibly Google, possibly Amazon? They don't live here, they take and they don't give. All they want is our land. And one other comment I'll make, a typical person that's going to be employed out there, almost 48% of them have to have a bachelor's degree. The rest has to have Microsoft Plus training or some other network training, which means that most people in Shelbyville will not work there. The average person that works there will probably be an Indy resident who will drive here, or a Cincy resident who will drive here because they want venues, they want sports, and not yet anyway, Shelbyville does not have that to offer, and these young kids will not work here. Please, please, please consider what you're hearing tonight. Please take into account the residents. Please decide for yourselves, based on facts, based on transparency, what is best for this community. I ask you to do this in all due respect. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Bob Steininger, live at 2219 Scarlet Court. I urge you to approve rezoning the proposed annex land to general industrial. This is a critical opportunity to attract new business, create high-quality jobs, and strengthen our local economy. Industrial development provides long-term tax revenue that supports schools, roads, and public safety. Location is ideal for the industry, and denying this request now would close the door on future growth, because if we say no today, how can we ever go back and revisit? This is a decision about progress and securing our community's future. Please vote in concurrence with this rezoning appeal.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Miles Llewellyn, 5785 South 675 West, Edinburgh, Indiana. That is a Shelby County address. Miles Llewellyn. I've spent my entire professional life in the commercial mechanical trades, specifically commercial HVAC, refrigeration, and large closed-loop cooling systems we talked about this evening. So I feel like I'm competent and qualified to speak on this. Like Mr. Schuler explained, he works in similar environments. What they're proposing to bring to this area is not a toxic, dangerous threat compared to what could come here. We have facilities such as Knauf Insulation, Poet Biorefinery that is using much more water and I've worked in these facilities, much harmful things back in our sewer. So the fact that something coming that's going to be discharging clean water is assuring. So that kind of concludes what Mr. Comstock said with that. The sound deadening can be done as well. So there is ways to build noise deadening walls around the HVAC equipment.
That's time.
I represent up to 8,000 people in the state of Indiana with Indiana Technology. Okay, so I approve of the rezoning.
Please hold your comments. Mr. Evans, the next 5.
Yes, I apologize. I thought I called a Hope Fenton down, so if Hope will make her way down, along with Vanessa Armstrong, Callie Carrico, Ethan Runnabum, and Lisa Jones, please come forward.
Hi, my name is Hope Fenton. I live at 1804 Meridian Street here in Shelbyville. For the last decade and more, I've heard the city of Shelbyville ask, how do we get more people here? How do we get more young people here? How do we get more families to live in Shelbyville? And what did Shelbyville do? We built more schools, a new hospital, bike trails, a new downtown, more art, a new nonprofit center, more housing, just to name a few. All of this to improve the quality of life here. And real progress was made. The city of Shelbyville does not want a data center. I repeat, the city of Shelbyville does not want a data center. Data centers will most definitely deter people from wanting to move here, live here, stay here, start businesses
That's
here,
time.
and raise families here. If a data center is erected in Shelbyville, let it forever be a symbol of a city government who bent its knee to big tech over the people it represents.
Thank you, Hope. That's time.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Armstrong, and I live at 1397 South 600 East. My mother was Karen Meltzer. My grandfather was Philip Meltzer. My great-grandfather, Brady Meltzer. In fact, I am the 6th generation of Meltzers to look over Meltzer Woods, which is 3.5 miles away from your proposed rezoning. And though he said it will be low impact, the key word there is impact. I don't know if you know a lot about Meltzer Woods, but it's extremely, extremely rare. Before the European settlers moved in, before it was the state of Indiana, 91% of it was covered in trees. By the time people started moving into this state, 4% of the trees were left. Of that 4%, only 1 of 10 places can you go. Only 10 places can you go in the state of Indiana to see prehistoric Indiana, and one of those places is Meltzer Woods. It's so rare that the Central Indiana Land Trust recently planted 20,000 new trees around it to protect the soil, to protect the remaining trees. It's been a part of the classified forest program since the 1920s.
That's time.
And it's been a nationally recognized national landmark from the 1970s. Please protect it.
Hi, my name is Callie Carrico. My husband and I live at 8842 West 100 North. And we are expressing our opposition of the industrial rezoning. We actually just moved here in May to the area, and little did we know 7 months later we would be hearing about potential industrialization that will significantly increase our energy bill through Rush Shelby Energy. The sprawling farmland is one of the reasons that we chose to move to the area. It supports local families and close friends of ours, strengthens the agricultural economy, and preserves the rural character of the community. The best interest of the inhabitants should be at the forefront of these decisions, and protecting one of our non-renewable resources should remain a top priority, especially in this day and age where waste and overconsumption are the norm, and a time where we are expected to lie down without opposition and accept that, quote, we are not going to be able to stop it, unquote, as stated by board member Adams this week. We've seen communities that have banded together and made changes against the status quo, and we respectfully urge you to consider the voice of the majority here.
That's time.
To maintain the integrity of the land, so that we can be good stewards of it for ourselves and future generations. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jan Jones. I'm up here. My sister was supposed to go, but I chose to do her bidding for our family. 1356 Bontrager Lane. I live approximately a half mile from the proposed data center site. My home's not isolated. It is located within the center of a large residential area surrounded by 4 newly established neighborhoods, meaning this project would impact many households, not just one. As stated this evening, the proposal is now described as a hyperscale data center, campus ranging from approximately 400 to 600 acres. At that scale, this raises serious concerns regarding land use compatibility, infrastructure capacity, water demand, and long-term quality of life in a residential setting. It's been suggested that noise impacts will be minimal and that they can be controlled because the site is near a highway. I would note that I do not hear highway noise from my house, and highway noise is intermittent and directional. I appreciate the panel's questions earlier.
That's time.
I know. Oh, the comprehensive plan. I don't think it's aligned with the comprehensive plan. Thank you.
My name is Ethan Runnabum. I am here representing my family, my extended family through my wife, and a few friends that are here today with me. So I would ask for the 3 minutes if that is allowable. Me and my wife recently purchased a home together in Meadowview. That address is 1455 Greenview Court, Shelbyville, Indiana. Before we heard about this proposal, I couldn't have been more excited to move back to town. Me and my wife, we both grew up here. We graduated from Shelbyville High School in 2013, and we have a lot of family who live here. This community matters to us. As the Secretary outlined, one of the primary criteria for the Commission to consider tonight is whether the proposal for rezoning aligns with the county's long-term vision for land use laid out by the city's comprehensive plan. When I was reviewing the online footage from Monday's hearing, I was surprised by how little discussion there was surrounding whether or not this proposal aligns with those comprehensive plans. I was glad to hear some fellows speak up about that earlier tonight. One of the primary objectives that the Commission laid out in 2019 when drafting the comprehensive plan was to set clear growth boundaries in order for the help the citizens in the city and county prepare for future developments. What I'm about to read can be found on page 90 of the comprehensive plan for anyone who might want to read references later. So it reads that establishing a growth boundary can help identify areas that have development potential. While development may not occur for the next 20 years, it locates the limitations of where annexations may occur. This can ease the surprise for adjacent property owners when annexation does occur. Knowing land is within the growth boundary, annexation and development may occur within this area, it is important that Shelbyville is transparent with county landowners on the fringes of the city. I would ask the Commission if they could, I did provide materials to the Secretary, I hope you have those in front of you, to look at what is on pages 91 and 93 of the city's Plan Commission document. The first map, page 91, shows the proposed boundary exclusions put together by the Plan Commission. The second map, page 93, shows the existing future land use map of the city of Shelbyville as it was in 2019 before the expansions were adopted. If you compare the two maps, it's obvious that the area that petitioners are now seeking to have annexed by the city was not contemplated as a proposed area of growth. Given this, I think it would be unreasonable for any person to conclude that the petition in front of the Planning Commission aligns with the goals that this commission set for itself back in 2019. Here, the proposal in front of us today seeks to annex approximately 430 acres of land that is currently zoned as agricultural, A1 and A2, and single-family residential, R1, and rezone it as general industrial. The rezoning flies in the face of the goals laid out by the county in their comprehensive plan as it aims to tear down existing agricultural operations, not support them. Not only does this proposal not align with the vision that the county laid out in its comprehensive plan, it also specifically conflicts with the city's plan as the annexations are outside the proposed boundaries that is set forth in that plan in 2019. Tonight I would ask that the Plan Commission vote to deny the proposed petition because approving it would undermine the careful planning consideration that this commission put forward when they put that plan together in 2019. And it would only serve to erode the faith that the citizens have in this Plan Commission moving forward if we cannot rely on the plans that the commission has put together. Thank you.
Okay, the next to speak would be Blake Newkirk, Jeremy Harris, David Freitner, Elizabeth Laney, and Steve Collins. Somebody's got to go first.
I'll go. I am Elizabeth Blaney, and I live in Shelby County at 10352 North, Warren West, Fountaintown, Indiana, 46130. And I represent 4 of my neighbors. My neighbor has lived in the county for 40 years plus, and I'm the one that could come here tonight to speak for my family, my husband who's in bed, and my son as well. And we are here, we strongly oppose the annexation of this land.
As we know, it's geared towards data centers, who they sat up here and spoke for a very long time and told us untruths, half-truths, and some lies. We know data centers provide unclean water. The blowout that they project, even in closed loop, is full of toxins. We know that they increase our electrical use and that our rates will go up. We know that they do not bring progress to the area. We know homes around the data center end up equaling zero amount of money when people try to sell them because no one wants to buy them. We know wells dry up. We know there are rolling blackouts and rolling brownouts that will happen. We know all this. All you have to do is Google it on AI and it tells you this information. And I think that me not working for Prologis, which is a real estate broker for OpenAI, for Meta, for Google, for Amazon, we know that's who they represent. We know they have this information, and they are not being forthright in coming forward with this information for us when I know more than they do, and I don't work for them. You represent us. We are your constituents. We are an overwhelming majority. Stand up. Stand up. Shelbyville has 20,000 people. We have 5,000 people on a petition that represents, for each person, 10 other people that couldn't be here, that are home with children, that are in bed because they have to work at 3:30 a.m. like my husband. We are here. I don't want to be here. I want to be at home in bed. I don't want to be fighting for my land. I worked my whole life for my land and my house, and I do not want it to be disenfranchised by a company that is a $120 billion company with shares $126 and something a share, and they can't give us any information, and they are in 20 countries. They have over, 32 locations of data centers, but you can't tell us anything about this one? That's ridiculous. Vote your heart and vote what the people here have elected you to represent us. Represent us,
That's
and
time.
not big tech. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Harris, and I live at 315 South 325 East. I moved here 4 years ago to get away from Indianapolis and this type of situation, so I'll say it again. I bought my property that is down at the bottom of that map, and my property, my house, sits about 60 feet from that yellow line down on 325. And I bought my place based on a promise, documents that was signed in a closing office that said changes would never be made in the life of the person who I signed those documents with. So I say no. There's not enough evidence, there's not enough proof, there's not enough questions being answered to say yes. Other counties have said no. Why do we have to be the county that says yes? We should say no, send them on to the next county so they can do the same thing that we're doing here this evening and Monday and maybe the future, not real sure. But I say no for myself and my small business and my neighbors, the folks that I have learned about, built relationships. I enjoy driving back to Indianapolis to run my small business because folks in this town, they really like who they like here, and I'm new, only 4 years. So I will continue to drive from Shelbyville to Indianapolis to do my business. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Blake Newkirk. I live at 3319 South Shelby, 750 West, Franklin, but it is a Shelby County address. I want to ask you guys to please either recommend denial of this petition or send a recommendation forward that it remain zoned agricultural. The way that this petition has been submitted takes away the ability to actually discuss what it is going to be. They got to get up and say, data center, data center, data center, here's the benefits of a data center. We all have to get up and talk about the zoning. If it was to come back, if you were to go ahead and recommend zoning of agricultural, and they had to come back for a rezoning petition, then you guys get all of the materials available in that packet that tell you what this actually is, all of the details about it, and we all get to talk about a data center. So, that is my request. Thank you so much.
My name is David Beitner. I live at 353 South, 325 East Missouri, Harrison, Navy. My property also butts against that. I bought that home to keep it in the family, of my mother. And given the lack of transparency from the beginning of this, I only get notified Friday about what's really happening. I would say there's something not quite right going on. We've been lied to. We've been fucking railroaded, excuse my language. I said, excuse my language. It's about time people grow some guts on these councils, and especially the mayor. Stand up for these people and the residents of the county and the city. I don't care if you make $1 or 25 for being here. It doesn't matter.
That's time.
Thank you.
Before the next speaker, I'd like to call the next group down. We have Jason Coffey, Beth Coffey, Angie Hendrickson, and Kristen Kuhn. Please make your way down to the podium.
My name's Steve Collins, 3359 East Jordan Road. Hello, Mike. Hi, Betsy. Hi, Doug. Hello, Commission. 6 years ago, when I moved my house out in the county, I had no clue I'd be here fighting for my home and quality of life. Mine and my neighbor's attorney sent you all a 21-page remonstrance brief earlier today. I would strongly urge you all to read that very carefully. The Prologis guys had a presentation earlier. I don't know how much you gained from all that. I gathered that they have pretty buildings and landscaping. Pretty nice. Seemed like they had answers when it was convenient, and when they didn't know if it would even be a data center. So, Doug, you mentioned, anyways, just think about it, if you would like to have a data center in your backyard on your drive home.
Good evening, Commissioners. Jason Coffey. I reside at 3423 East German Road. As Steve said, we received a packet from our attorney, and just like Steve said, I advise you guys to read that very closely. I had an agenda written out, but I changed it because just moments after this meeting started tonight, I noticed something. For a group that is not sure they are building a data center, they sure have a lot of fancy slides about it. You know, we were at the meeting Monday, and of course, Common Council was the same way. They're like, you know, there's no proof that a data center is going in here. And same slide was presented. So I don't call that transparency. One bit at all. And Tyler, I got one thing for you. They're promising 6,000 construction jobs. You know who I am. I've been in the industry for over 30 years. That project will not bring 6,000 construction workers.
That's time.
Hi, my name is Beth Coffey. I live at 3423 East German Road. You can see our beautiful green grass at the top of that property. obviously we're in opposition to this rezoning. It's not the most desirable use of the land. The boundaries requested for this annexation and rezoning do not make sense. It's not a uniform rectangle square plot of land. It's got very jagged boundaries and butts up against many residential properties and agricultural land. It doesn't make sense at all. The developer is simply looking for a willing seller in a community that puts up the least resistance. That's it. This does not reflect responsible strategic growth for our community and for this area in particular. As was indicated in the city council meeting, the community was told that this is part of our comprehensive plan. If data centers are truly part of our comprehensive plan, have our elected officials invested the time and resources into investigating the viability and impact of a data center in our community? Have we engaged with independent consultants that have no bias in their research?
It's
This
time.
should be independent research and not research provided by a billion-dollar corporation that is trying to cut a deal. And I do have one question based on their presentation that none of you asked. One of the quotes that they said is the biggest threat to this project is humans. They said humans. And they showed big, huge fences surrounding this property. What does that mean? Why didn't any of you ask what that meant? I think they need to answer that.
Hello, my name is Angie Hendrickson, and my husband and I reside at 4434 North PR 150 East in Shelbyville. I'm here on behalf of my mom and my godmother, who live in the Blue Acres Addition, which is located adjacent to the proposed annexation and rezoning property on Blue Ridge Road, which you can see on the map. It is 100 feet from the southeast part of the map. They built their homes over 50 years ago and still live there. They chose to build where they did because of the peace and quiet and the location out in the country and the looks of the farmland. I'm going to ask you, like the gentleman said before, if you wouldn't put it in your backyard, why put it in theirs? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Kuhn. I reside at 5423 East 100 North in Shelbyville. I represent myself, my husband, my family, and everybody here in opposition of the rezoning and annexation. I would like 3 minutes, please. My husband and I wrote a letter, and I emailed it to Mr. Root this morning, and I would like to formally read that to everyone here tonight. We are writing as lifelong residents and property owners whose home lies less than a mile from the proposed annexation and rezoning of approximately 429 acres of farmland. We wish to formally and unequivocally express our strong opposition to this proposal. This decision would directly affect our community, our way of life, and the rural character that defines this area, and we cannot support a plan that threatens the very qualities that make our home what it is. We write this letter on behalf of our ancestors. Our family settled on this land more than 170 years ago, and for every generation since, this soil has held our blood, sweat, and tears. This place is more than property. It is our history, our identity, and our legacy. We carry immense pride in being able to say that a portion of this land has remained in our family for over 170 years. And we have no intention of letting that legacy fade. How many people today can say the same? To us, this is not just land, it's a treasure, one that cannot be replaced. We write this letter to represent our 2 sons. Our goal in raising them is to create strong, hardworking adults who respect and understand the importance of farming, the outdoors, nature, and helping thy neighbor. Ever since he could walk and talk, our youngest son has said he wants to be a farmer. Fast forward 13 years and his answer remains the same. I want to be a farmer. Thanks to the proposed annexation and rezoning, there is potential for 429 less acres of land in our area to farm. His dream of becoming a farmer is quickly becoming out of reach. We write this letter to represent the children of Shelby County and Shelbyville. What we wish for our children is to live in a community where they can go outside, play in the dirt, explore, breathe fresh air, and be able to look across our sprawling fields and learn to appreciate how lucky they are to live where they do. What we do not wish for them is to spend their days indoors, glued to a phone or computer, afraid of dirt, breathing polluted air, and missing the world around them. We don't want a generation that looks west at sunset and sees not the colors God painted across the sky, but the silhouette of a data center blocking the horizon. We feel allowing a data center in our community only encourages what we do not want. We understand that the city of Shelbyville wants to grow, every community does, but growth should never come at the cost of the very people who already call this county home. Is selling out your own residents really the direction we want to take? Instead of trying to compete with surrounding counties by copying their industrial sprawl, why not embrace what makes Shelbyville and Shelby County truly special? We are a beautiful rural community, not a landscape meant to be dotted with data centers and industrial parks on every corner. If the city's vision for the future cannot fit within its current city limits, then maybe it's the vision that needs to change, not the boundaries of our community. Please vote against this proposal. Thank you.
All right, our next speaker would be John Burgess, Elizabeth Carney, Bill Collins, Whitney, and I apologize, Whitney Mann, and John Jones. Please step forward to the podium.
My husband's at home with our children who are hopefully sleeping. I would request 2 minutes to represent he and myself. My name's Elizabeth Carney. I live at 103 Northwest Street, Shelbyville. Our family moved to Shelbyville last year to raise our children in this community. We love the small town experience, the community-focused revitalization, and for its future. We have many concerns about zoning of industrial. One of the things I want to talk about does not have anything to do with the data center, but the zoning. Industrial zone areas attract human sex trafficking, and it happens in this county. They tend to have transient workforce, making it easy for trafficking to go undetected. Infrastructure use with industrial activities, transport routes, and temporary housing for victims. Making areas for physical isolation, having less public presence, traffickers use this isolation to hide victims and easily transport. Traffickers exploit their operations through the services that data centers provide. If my husband were here, he might want to mention the national security risk of having a massive data center and a military base in the same community. Please use caution as you make this decision. And I agree with everybody but 2 people before me.
John Burgess, live at 848 North, 325 East, representing everybody in our area right there. I would ask if I could please have a couple minutes. I want to refer to something that is on the Planning Commission's website. It's how can we keep a plan from sitting on a shelf and not being used. Your number 2 right there says the plan should have public support. I don't see public support here. I haven't seen it at all. Monday night there was 0 people. Tonight you had a couple of people from the union that worked that supported it. That was it. Okay? So thinking about the plan and purpose, petitioner keeps saying that we don't have it's not a data center, but I noticed Mr. Glasgow was really quick to jump up every time that the data center got in a little bit of a bind. So somebody is trying to blow smoke up somebody's behind. Tell you that. But why rezone it? If we don't know for sure what it's gonna be, then why do we need to rezone it to that right now? If they want to be annexed, okay, then let's let them fight that battle once it's done. But right now they have, 140 acres to start on. Mr. Glasgow's own words were, that's already there. So let's make them, and they said that they could start on it if that's what they wanted to do, but they didn't want to. They wanted to be able to grab all that land together, and then who knows what we're actually going to end up with, because we don't have answers. We didn't have answers Monday night. We don't have answers tonight. They, let's see, you know, they talked about a lot of jobs, as Mr. Coffey spoke. That's exactly right. 6,700 jobs. It might be 6,700 jobs when it's the first 1,000 guys that create the first building, and then the same 1,000 guys do the next building, and the same 1,000 guys do the next building. That's how a build-out goes. Been around it forever. Seen it. As far as the power goes there, Doug, I'll give you credit that you brought something to light there that I've preached about for a long time around here. Is that we've got Tom Hessian Drive out there that's already set up for the type of use that they've got. And there's a transmission line out there that they could actually get power from. So they really don't need the transmission lines that's over there. I'm very familiar with that industry as well. So that's what my suggestion is, that it's either table or no. Make them work more for it than what they want, because we don't know what they're doing. They say, remember, it's not a data center, so why do we keep putting all these pictures up? I find it amazing that we have brought Prologis in, and they had how long to speak, 20, 30 minutes a while ago, but yet they don't know that they're coming here? Did we get a minute or two? Why is that?
That's your 3 minutes.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Whitney Carson Mayhem, 4487 East, 250 South. First, I want to say the rush on this is really raising red flags. Most of the people in here who are against this have only known about this up to 7 days. It's questionable, because if this is on the up and up, why would we not give our citizens plenty of time to analyze the situation, come up with a better solution to offer you guys, perhaps, since there seems to be none offered from you guys up there. Also, Ms. Sobiar, I believe you were leading to a point I wanted to make. It would be irresponsible to proceed with something like this, getting to the rush without putting restrictions and limitations on it. With such limited information, how can we do that? We don't know what to restrict or limit, with everything just hypothetical and up in the air, maybe data center, maybe not. Also, I would also suggest that, especially you, Ms. Betsy, you've had 2 chances to vote in this now, or you will have had 2. I would have thought that your questions would have been a little bit deeper and more complex at this point in the game. So
That's time.
that was disappointing.
I may need just a little bit more than 60 seconds. My name is Bill Collins, and I reside at 4075 East 44 here in Shelbyville on Prologis' site map. My house is about 100 feet from the last substation. So I got a lot to lose in this whole thing. I've talked to many of you, and I don't know if I was falling on deaf ears or not, but I recognize that rezoning is a legislative decision afforded some discretion. However, if the proper procedures are not followed, a court will set aside a rezoning decision, which should be the case here. As noted in my lawyer's written remonstrance that you all should have received, Section 9.10E of the Shelbyville zoning ordinance mandates that all applications for rezoning include required supporting information, which shall include a site plan drawn to scale, showing at a minimum all existing and proposed structures and setbacks, easements, right-of-ways, and any other feature relevant to the application. Because the applications are incomplete, they should never have been accepted or scheduled for a hearing, and they must be denied.
That's time.
The details were required and were not provided, and those details and their impact must be evaluated in connection with any requested rezoning. Rezoning is not intended to occur first with the impact study later. Guys, gotta get the horse in front of the carriage here. I would ask that you recommend the denial and rezoning to general industrial of the subject land, which unfortunately is right next door to my house. Thank you.
Before Mr. Jones steps up to speak, can we please have next on the list Holly Forville, Patty Pike, Chris Dennis, Karen Jackson, and Mitch Mitchell. Karen Jackson. And there should have been a John Jones in the wings. He was the last of the last five. Go ahead, Holly. He must have stepped on.
Hi, my name is Holly Forville. I represent, I'm a small business owner here in town. I represent all of my employees. So I'm going to request more than the 60 seconds. First of all, I'd like to say thank you very much. You all appear to be listening to us. Maybe not all of you. Some of you appear to be listening to us. Some of you appear to be smirking and laughing at some of us. So I'm going to request that you don't do that. Doug said something earlier that said, look to the future. I agree with that. I did some research today. On an average, a person to sustain life requires 1.5 to 2.7 acres of farmland annually to sustain life. Currently, in the United States, we have roughly 337 million acres of farmland. However, the USDA reports that this nation is losing about 700,000 acres of farmland each year due to urban sprawl and development. Meanwhile, the Census.gov estimates that the current population is slightly above 342 million. If things like this are allowed to continue happening, where is that going to leave us? We cannot do this. To sustain our population, we need all of that cropland. Your constituents do not want this. I mean, it's clear that we don't want this. I ask that you return a no back to the Common Council. And then lastly, my business is research. I've done research since 1996, and I took some time, about 4 hours today, to do some research on this company. And what I found out is, first of all, they're a publicly traded company, which means that they're supposed to be transparent. I started trying to find a phone number to reach them since we are not allowed to ask them questions. I had some questions for them. They don't have a working phone number. You cannot reach a person. They do, however, have an AI function on their website, and you can go to that, but it will not answer your questions. It will just simply say, hey, ask me something about real estate, and I can answer it. There is no way to reach a human being at Prologis. So I decided to look up all of their board of directors and their upper management, and I sent an email to every single member of their management team. I got an email back, and it said, basically, we don't talk to the community, essentially is what it said. So I walked up to the gentleman today to find out. The question that I wanted to know was, in coming to this community to propose things like this, are you spending your dollars here? Are you staying here? Because these people don't live here, most of them. They are not. They stayed in Indianapolis. Someone said it was because of the airport. That makes perfect sense. But wouldn't you think, if you're trying to entice a community to allow your business to come there, that you would actually want to stay in that community?
Holly, that's
I would. Thanks, Mike.
Hi, I'm Karen Jackson, 2087 West Blanchtown Road in Shelbyville. We're being asked to trade our land and our quality of life for a facility that will primarily benefit outside corporations, not
community families. I would like to point out also the discord here. County residents will live with the impacts of this project, but the vote rests on the officials we cannot elect or even hold accountable. Even if this was legally permissible, it raised serious questions about fairness, transparency, and whose interests are truly being represented here. Communities in Indiana have already paused or stopped data center projects after residents have raised concerns. Currently, Stark County has imposed a moratorium to study infrastructure, water studies, and long-term impacts. Before you permanently change the use of our county land, I urge you to pause, listen to the citizens of this community, and take them into consideration. Slowing down isn't anti-progress, it's just simply good governance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chris Dennis. I live at 2972 East Blue Ridge Road, just slightly off the map there. I oppose this annexation and redistricting. I have a few questions that I'd like to leave with you. Is our fire department and other services equipped to handle large industrial park right there? Do we have the ability to handle that? The 74-44 interchange there, despite the one zoning there already, we have a lot of retail right there. It's where our large box store is at, where a lot of things have come in. This seems to break up that kind of development. I'd be clear, I don't support any kind of rezoning. I think it should stay agricultural, but I think we should take a time and look at that city plan, the comprehensive plan. This seems to go against that. This does not meet that. This does not follow what you have already set out. Our family has been there, much like some of the others have spoken. We've been there since the 40s, and we would like to keep that land there. We have one last question I would like to leave with you before my time runs out, is what happens when there are water restrictions in the future potential, and we are asked to restrict water? Does a property like this get priority over residences? How would that be supplied? I know we got a very good explanation from Tyler here about how some of that works, but what would happen in a shortage? Who gets shorted?
That's time.
Hi, Mitch Mitchell from Bogstown, Indiana, 677 West Bogstown Road. I'm requesting the 3 minutes. I'm speaking on behalf of my family who could be here tonight as well. First of all, as someone who served briefly on the Shelby County Plan Commission many moons ago, I feel genuine empathy for those of you sitting up there tonight, especially after Mr. Nolly confirmed that the pay for this meeting is indeed $25. That tells me two things. This hasn't changed since my time in 2016, and second, you're out here for public service. You're not here for personal gain, so I do thank you for that. But that makes the influence you exercise tonight all the more important. I want to acknowledge the number of people, and I think it bears reminding all of us that tonight is not the final decision. You guys are not the final decision. Obviously, you do have real influence, though. You're going to make your recommendation to the board. And as Connie Lindsay and I believe Blake mentioned, if this thing is going to be annexed, and I would allow, and I'll go into reasons why, I think we should keep it as the AG designation to buy some more time. We lose a lot of the safeguards if you keep this as the IG. So tonight, if we choose this caution, it doesn't create a risk. It's going to preserve our options. And I think it was shown it's 99% of the people in this room want to preserve our options for the future. So we've heard repeatedly that this is just, in fact, one of many steps in the process. In fact, Mr. Mike from Colleges, again, said that verbatim tonight. We've heard from many places, and perhaps a lot of you heard it in your staff report, you heard it from the board attorney, that feasibility studies are going to come later, plats are going to come later, they're going to do the water studies, they're going to talk about all the engineering stuff, all that stuff. That's all accurate. That all is going to come later. However, if you keep this as an IG, we lose all chance we have to stop this. So here's what I know from my time on the commission. The zoning decision right here is our first step to establishing our entitlement. This is where the real impact of that $25 comes in. Once this land is zone IG, again, certain uses become permitted. So timing matters. What's not been brought up tonight is 63 days ago, just 63 days ago, the UDO was amended. It was amended to add data centers as a permitted use in the IG zoning. This was voted on by this board. It went through all the due process. I'm sure none of us were here. Who the heck knows what UDO blah, blah, blah is, right? But that's what it did. It added, I don't know how many other amendments were in that, but that is what was added in the amendment of the UDO. So again tonight, Prologis acknowledged, and again at the city council meeting the other night, that they have a contract with the petitioner and intend to execute that contract if this property is zoned accordingly. And that build out could take up to 10 years. So it's understandable why we would think these are connected. We're also told if issues arise later, the city will have recourse through standards of enforcement. Yes, that is the whole purpose of our comprehensive plan. We have it, but let's listen to this. This is a company that publicly describes itself as a 1.3 billion square foot portfolio with annual throughput of approximately $3.2 trillion. Let me pause, $3.2 trillion. So I'm pointing out the scale of a company this size. When a company operates at that level, these after the fact enforcements, I think you referenced a $5,000 a day fine. That's great, but is that your 3 minutes? I respectfully ask for I'll wrap up, I'll skip to the end here. Just 10 seconds. So in closing, I encourage you guys to use the influence you have tonight to preserve our flexibility, protect your constituents, and recommend a path more forward. So if you do forward a favorable recommendation, please check the box on the last page of yours, amend this favorable recommendation to an ag thing. City Council can still change that back to IG if they think this is the best use. But right now, a lot of us don't think it's the best use. You probably have a chance to research. You'll buy yourself more time. You'll buy us all, and they can still appeal it in zoning if it need be. So just give us some more time to look this over.
So, earlier in the meeting, we had talked about 10 o'clock, kind of reassessing things. Right now, we are 35 members of the public have spoken, and 62 have signed up. So, I will, with that information, I will let you all have a discussion on whether or not to proceed this evening, whether to continue, whether to take a break, any of the above. Yeah, there's about just shy of 30 people still signed up to speak this year. So.
Okay. I'm going to see if we can move this along and not violate any rules, not take anything away from anybody. Is there anybody left here that's here to speak tonight that is going to speak in favor? If so, would you raise your hand? I see no hands. In the state, hang on, listen. In the sake of time, if this is permitted, everybody else that's left here is against. Foregone conclusion. I would say we could close comment and acknowledge every name that's on that list, left on that list, is against. We can then have our discussion. Wait a minute. All I'm saying is, it appears that nobody wants this. And I do not want to take away your right to have public comment. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying we acknowledge it. And that's why I asked everybody forward. I would invite them up, get those apparently 1 or 2 people out of the way, and then we would acknowledge and accept that the rest are against.
Does anybody have anything to offer that hasn't already been spoken? Like you talked about.
I don't think the point is that we understand what they are for or against. I think the point is they want their voice to be heard.
That's right. My word was not to take away from that. I don't want to.
But it does.
I thought, do you want to stay till 12 or 1, or do we break and come back?
Everyone has differing opinions, and I want to hear what everyone has to say on this matter, because it's not one thing has been repeated all night. So,
Table this, come back next week.
we only have 30 people left, I think so. We only have 30 people left, I think we need to stick it out, 30 minutes.
I would make,
That's
in
all,
that
that's all.
case, I would, I don't know if you need it as a motion, but I would suggest we stick it out tonight.
I have something. I gotta go to the bathroom.
We'll take a
I
five.
don't wanna hold everybody up. If there's anything specific, we're taking notes. I know you guys see me looking at my computer. I'm not ignoring you. We're taking notes. If there's something specific, I'll be right back.
We'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll be back. Mike, if you'll call the next five.
All right, apologize, we had a question down here at the edge of the stage. Our next, we have Ariel Diamond, Tracy Teller, Melinda Pennicuff, Megan Hart, and Jerry Bodine. Please come to the front.
I'm speaking on behalf of a few of my family members and some of my neighbors, so I would like 3 minutes, please. You also might have a copy of this in front of you. Mike gave it to Mike earlier. I'm not here to speak for or against the data center. I'm here to ensure the members of this board and members of the audience understand the options you have tonight regarding this ordinance. First, I will state the facts. You all have received a staff report that states the developer would like to rezone 429 acres to IG. The staff report does not include a site plan. The staff report does not say that a data center is the proposed project. The staff report and petitioner application lists essentially no information about the plans for the site. As someone who has served on the County Plan Commission, I can say we have requested a continuance or denied petition simply due to the lack of information and details given the petitioner, and given the petitioner an opportunity to provide more information so that a properly informed decision could be made. Rezoning 429 acres to IG for speculative development opens many doors. Yes, a door to a data center would be open. However, if the data center does not end up being built, many other types of uses will be permitted in the area. And as long as they meet the very short list of requirements in the ordinance, including only a 25 and 50-foot setback, they will be allowed to be built with no input from this board or the community. Those other uses include warehousing, distribution center, utility substation, sewage treatment plant, industrial assembly, and industrial processing. When you consider the decision to rezone to IG, you must also consider if this location is best suited for all of those other uses, because a rezone to IG would make each of those uses a possibility. Your options tonight are not restricted by a rezone to IG. You have the authority to make a motion to continue this petition to the next meeting and request a petitioner to provide more details about their plans. Then this board and the community can have real information to review, and a properly informed decision can be made by this board on rezoning to IG. Please don't hesitate to exercise this option because the second reading of the ordinance by the City Council is already scheduled. In Indiana Code 3643.5.1, which was referenced during Monday's meeting for 100% voluntary annexation, says the municipality may adopt the annexation ordinance not earlier than 14 days after the public hearing. That means it has to be at least 14 days, so there's plenty of time, so that can't be a decision maker. You also have the authority to make a motion to rezone to other zoning types. I recommend rezoning to agriculture or agriculture rural residential, AG or AR, today, as that is the current use. That would result in the petitioner coming back with a proper rezoning request and a complete proposal with their plans and timelines for the site. Another option you have is to rezone to IG, but impose stipulations limiting to uses allowed on the site and potentially implementing additional setback requirements. But as someone mentioned before, we have hardly any information for you to even make a decision on implementing stipulations. To be clear, I'm not necessarily against the annexation of the land into the city limits. I'm on my last sentence. I request that the land be zoned to meet its current use of AG or AR and have the petitioner submit a proper application with sufficient details so that this board can make a properly informed decision and not a decision based on high-level hopes and wishes without consideration of the consequences. Thank you.
What was your street address again?
5100 South, Shelby 900 West.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I can't see you guys when I put my glasses on. My name is Tracy Feller, and I am at 17 St. Mary Street, and I am confirmation that they were shared with all of you in advance to tonight's meeting. And I am respectfully requesting that all submitted questions and any responses provided be included in the official public record. Due to time, I'm not going to ask all of them right now, so I'm just going to kind of run through them. What concrete funded steps is the city taking to require or incentivize reinvestment in existing downtown properties, many of which are vacant, deteriorating, and owned by out-of-state entities before expanding the city's footprint through annexation and new zoning classifications outside of the core? Also, how does the city define representing the community when overwhelming public comment opposes a proposal, yet the process proceeds without a clear explanation of how that input was weighed or why it was overridden in the formation of the recommendation? And lastly, beyond individual business ownership, what formal process does the city or Plan Commission use to engage a broad and representative cross-section of downtown business owners when making planning and zoning decisions that directly affect the local economy?
That's time, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Terry Bodine. I live at 7178 East Blue Ridge Road, and I know many of your faces up there. Good to see you. I appreciate the job you're doing. I speak for myself and some neighbors and some family members on Blue Ridge Road. One of the things I was looking into was the Shelby County, Indiana 2019 comprehensive plan, and people have already mentioned that, and I believe it was updated in October or November 2025. And it said land use opportunities with the following key desires: focusing on prime farmland protection and agricultural use preservation, expanding open space preservation efforts, and increasing public access to key natural resources, reducing identified locations for future residential commercial uses by reclassifying most land within the county to primary agricultural uses, reverting to agricultural land uses in all other areas of the county in an effort to require a slower and more deliberate review and approval process before converting agricultural land to another use. The other thing I noticed when we had these pictures up here, some of the pink buildings you talked about, those are the electrical buildings, and they mentioned West Shelby Energy. Well, that kind of infrastructure is going to cost West Shelby Energy quite a few funds to be able to supply this project with enough electricity that they need. That's going to trickle down to the consumers. I'm one of those consumers. They're going to pass that cost down to building out their infrastructure to be able to manage this project. The other thing is, and I'll keep this real brief, decisions have consequences. You have an entire community, pretty much the entire community that's opposed to this. We can't break out pitchforks anymore, so we can't do that. But we do have choices. We have choices who we vote for. We have choices whom we choose to do business with. Those are all choices. Those are things for this panel to discuss. You're all part of the community. Like I said, I know many of these faces up here. Please think long and hard about preserving the agricultural land in our community and complying with your own rules in the Shelby County Comprehensive Plan, drafted in 2019 and recently revised. Thank you.
If I could, before you begin, I want to bring the other next group down: Melissa Meltzer, Isabel Allen, Ashley Jones, and Gina Jackson, please. All right.
Good evening. Thank you all for staying tonight, for everyone that's come out here tonight and waited a long time to come here. My name is Melinda Pennycuff. I live at 1929 North Riverwood Drive. I am also a business owner here in Shelby County. We own the dry cleaning business here in town. We've been here since 1985. My request tonight is a little bit different than what other people have asked here. I am asking you guys to please listen to these people. They have come out here tonight to talk to you, to let you know what is going on. I'm a graduate from Indiana University. I studied political science and criminal justice, and the reason I tell you that is because I've worked in the political machine. I worked for Vice President Dan Quayle while I was in college. I know how the political machine works. I know how politics works, inside and outside, everything that goes on. There is a reason for things, and there is a reason to listen to the public. The public has shown up tonight, and I haven't seen this large of a protest since the Gulf War.
That's time.
I ask you to please listen to these people. They are here tonight to tell you what they want. You have a duty, and the city council has a duty to do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Melissa Lipinski-Meltzer. I just want to thank you guys, first of all, for extending the meeting for us. I have heard from other companies such as Wind and Solar who made lots of promises which were just simply not true. So all the promises Prologis is making it just doesn't make me trust them. They can make promises about jobs and average salaries. For example, we are currently sitting in a high school. Someone could speculate that employees make, on average, $100,000 at this school, especially when adding the administrator's salaries. But we know that is not an accurate assumption. I live 4 to 5 miles from this proposed project. I have heard about the possibility of another data center in Rush County, a quarter of a mile from my own home. So if this gets approved and this gets rezoned and this data center comes in, I could potentially be sandwiched between two. I have a few questions just to consider. Are they considering hooking up to the solar installation there on Gwynville Road? And where are the substations located that you would be using, and how would you connect with them? Would you need to utilize eminent domain for that access? In other words, taking more farm ground? And one more question. Why can't these places be placed in abandoned factories or old malls? And why do they have to be so big? Thank you.
That's time.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Again, I echo the sentiment. Thank you for extending the meeting so our voices can all be heard. My name is Dr. Ashley Jones, and I am a resident here of Shelbyville, Indiana at 10053 Balto Drive. I will be quick to speak to the issue at hand and provide my voice from the context of the decision criteria required of you this evening and urge you to select an unfavorable recommendation. Criteria number 1 and 3, consistency with the comprehensive plan and desired use. The staff report suggests 2 objectives in the comprehensive plan that support rezoning. However, an IG zone in this area also does not support 6 objectives. Here they are. It does not invest in our quality of life. It reduces connections to the natural environment. It hinders preserving and protecting important natural features from degradation. It minimizes the beautification of our city's primary gateways, and it will inhibit the use of this land for local business creation and retention. It does not align with promoting development and redevelopment using existing sites. Decision criteria number 5, responsible growth and redevelopment. While financial growth is a part of growing your community, it is not the only thing. I urge you to consider a broader view that incorporates all drivers of community growth, social connections, shared activities, collaboration. Rezoning this will inhibit all of these things. Where there is current IG zoning touching 30% of the land, it does touch 70% non-IG zoned land.
That's time.
I urge you to consider an unfavorable decision. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Gina Jackson, and I would like to affirm that my address is not viral. Can that be affirmed? Since we're viral right now?
Say that again. What's the question?
If I state my address, I would like to affirm that that is not being published online.
Everything tonight is streaming, so.
Okay, I'm going to decline stating my address, if that would be okay with the commission, for privacy factors. I testified before the council Monday evening, so you guys can find me if you need to. Thank you for the good questions. Thank you. In addition, I do have family here that I'm representing, so if I could have the 3 minutes, I'd be very grateful. Thank you for your good questions, Commission. We feel a little more at peace that maybe you might be trying to advocate for what we're asking of you. Ms. Sobiar, you had a very good question about accountability. And when you ask about accountability, there was some statements made, and response from Pradeep Pelagius was that they always follow through with agreements. Another quote was, we perform based on what is agreed. So this is open for record as well, on the 24-25 executive summary of the Global Impact Sustainability Report of said company that didn't know that it's a data center. Prologis undertakes no obligation to publicly update or revise any forward-looking statements, whether as a result of new information, future events, or otherwise. In addition, sustainability-related data and metrics are subject to evolving measurement methodologies, regulatory frameworks, and third-party standards, which may continue to develop over time. As such information is provided in this report may be updated, replaced, or refined in a subsequent version or future reports as such practices mature. Finally, we may state certain statements about the ability of our products, facilities, and efforts to affect third parties' sustainability and efficiency. Here's the punchline. There can be no guarantees that our products, facilities, or efforts will have the effects we anticipate or intend. Please do not recommend a contractual agreement to our council. Please. This is very dangerous. And if this summary is on their website, my goodness, please read, please learn. So I also want to notate on public record the campaign contributions that are made, and I know politics is a pay-to-play factor. And so when you evaluate the amount of money that's contributed to local campaigns, it is sickening. It is anywhere between $500 to $1,000, and then for some people, it's $35,000 to a state campaign.
That's your 3 minutes.
That's my 3 minutes. I'm almost concluded. Please listen to the people and allow your recommendation to our council that is not favorable. I also want to recommend or remind everyone, I had intentions to read our Indiana State Constitution. Please remember the oath that our elected officials have taken. Thank you.
I had called earlier at that last group, Isabel Allen. So if you're still in the auditorium, please make your way down. Let's also call Ben Oram, Sarah Newkirk, Brett Goodwin, and Earl Schreiber. It's first come, first served. Please step forward, state your name for the record.
I'm representing myself, my family, my neighbors, and some other friends in there, so excuse me if I go over 2 minutes. As an engineer, I want to thank you, planning board, for asking pointed and detailed questions and not a disappointing quiet rubber stamp like the city council 2 days ago. It was rather disappointing. If you are going to now or ever going to possibly approve this annexation, please address with details to the community the concerns of the Rush Shelby cost increases for those citizens from this increased usage and substation builds so that the corporations can earn more profits. Just give us an idea. Somebody can talk to Rush Shelby. Please require also that they save the topsoil on the site instead of selling it off. It can be used as a noise reduction berm around the area, or it can be used to reverse it back to farmland. Please communicate what is the need for and the benefits to local citizens from this at all. What is the funding vehicle for Shelbyville government to get income or improvements from this at all? Is there a funding deficit that this is requiring it for? And can you please table a vote until detailed answers can be provided to the community, if you're going to do this, about addressing their concerns by requesting and reviewing at least the Prologis Stage 1 detailed plans, which they should be able to provide. Thank you.
Good evening, Sarah Newkirk, 270 West Broadway Street.
Brett Goodwin. That was Brett Goodwin, Adam. The notes. Sorry. Sorry. That was Brett Goodwin. I think the notes and everything in our spreadsheet was on the wrong individual. I just want to clarify that. Sorry.
I grew up on a farm near Little Marion that had been in my family since 1821 when it was purchased from the Brookville Land Office. It was a magical place to grow up. I moved to southern Indiana after college for work, but I chose to move back here so I could live near my family and the beautiful county that I grew up in. It breaks my heart to think we may lose more rural ground to industrial development when we have numerous lots zoned as IG that sit empty. If more land is rezoned and the data center or multiple factories are built, the entire landscape and tranquility of that area of our county will be lost, likely forever. I know that if we grow, our tax base will increase, which will make more funds available for resources like our fire department, which is important and necessary, but surely there are other ways to approach it than by taking more farm ground. If losing more farmland is really needed, there are surely better options than bringing in a data center. I work in Fishers, choosing to have an hour drive one way every day. We all know it's beautiful and thriving. I know they had to lose farm ground to make it so. If I lived there, I'm sure that would sadden me, but if it had to happen, they somehow figured out a way to do it without bringing in data centers and large factories. If you haven't already, please speak with their leaders and explore other options if growth is your goal. I don't know what your powers are as a planning commission, but if you have the power to do so and you choose to proceed with rezoning, I would like to ask the following of you as my elected representatives.
That's time.
I just have one more sentence. Please do not vote yes to rezone this area. If you do rezone it, please vote to keep it ag. Thank you.
My name is Ben Orm. I live at 920 South, 250 West, Shelbyville. I would like 3 minutes as I am here speaking on behalf of my entire family, the Orm family, and more importantly, the Yarling family. This including my grandmother, Donna Yarling, who lives at 425 East in Shelbyville. Her home and farmland will be directly impacted by the proposed annexation of this land for a data center and future industrial development. Her property shares a boundary with the land being considered for annexation. I am here today to speak in opposition of the proposed annexation of more than 400 acres of productive farmland. This is not simply a land use decision. It's a decision about values, long-term consequences, and who the community chooses to stand up for. Across Shelby County, residents, farmers, and families have shown up clearly, respectfully, and passionately to express their concerns. These voices are not anti-progress. They are not anti-growth. They are not asking for responsible development that does not come at the irreversible expense of our farmland, our water, our resources, our environment, and our rural way of life. Once farmland is annexed into industrialization, it is gone forever. It does not return. Generations of family farms are already under tremendous pressure, and decisions like this only accelerate their disappearance. That loss is not abstract. It means fewer local food producers, fewer stewards of the land, and a permanent change in the character and resilience of this county. And let's be honest, this won't stop here. If these 400 plus acres are annexed today, what comes next? More land, more homes, more environmental impact, what deeply concerns many of us is how rushed and how hidden this process has felt. This deal lacks transparency. I mentioned my grandmother, Donna, earlier. Why did she receive a notice of this proposed annexation on Friday, January 2nd, just 2 days before the city council meeting, when the notice was dated December 13th? Her notice did not get lost in the mail. Same thing happened to all of her neighbors. And yet, we are expected to trust that this is the best interest of Shelby County, that this data center is safe for our environment, that this represents the growth and progress. When so many citizens raise serious, informed concerns and still feel unheard, trust in local government erodes. When decisions appear to prioritize large corporation interests over local residents, that trust is damaged even further. The Common Council has an opportunity right now to slow this down, to insist on transparency, and demonstrate that community voices truly matter.
That's your 3 minutes.
You have the authority to demand better alternatives that do not sacrifice prime farmland. I urge you to vote no. Choose stewardship. Choose transparency. Choose the people who live and work on this land and who will be here for a long after data center has ever moved on.
On that last group, I invited Earl Schreiber to come down. We also want to bring down Aiden Milacan, I hope I did that right, Patrick Schwab, John Monahan, Cheyenne Merrill, and it looks like Katie Quillen. Please step forward.
Hello, my name is Aiden Milliken, and I would like at least 2 minutes to speak for myself and my wife, as well as my baby. Now, to give some perspective on how many acres 429 ends up being, Lucas Oil Stadium is approximately 1.8 million square feet. That works out to be 41 acres. This annexed land would be the approximation of 10 Lucas Oil Stadiums dedicated only to industrial use. And if I couldn't tell, I am in opposition of this annexation. Now, I would like to bring attention to Prologis' use of saying their job training, as in only they are assuming that these jobs are going to offer them teachings and education on data to then move into their facilities. Now, college is getting harder and harder to gain with the costs going up and up. And so because of that, the approximately 450 jobs that would be offered are purely data related. That brings no diversity of employment. That brings a certain type of education, a certain type of employee, and does not diversify the workforce of Shelbyville as it would if, and my suggestion would be to rather zone it for functional zoning, leaning towards commercial and residential zoning if it is going to be changed from ag. This would mean bringing in more grocery stores, public parks, housing, or promote small business owners. Uplifting Shelbyville rather than outside parties. If nothing else is heard, and if my points weren't clear enough, all I want is to just make sure that we don't commit this land to that much concrete. Because I've never owned a business, but I know that if I wanted to move in or build, I wouldn't want to pull up concrete or a warehouse if this does not work out. Thank you, I lost my time.
That was your 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Katie Quillen. I would like to say that
households tonight, so I would appreciate extra time. I represent 3967, 3999, and 4023 North Morristown Road. We all use Shelby Rush Energy, so this definitely could potentially impact us. So first off, thank you for your time, for your consideration and your engagement tonight. I stand with everyone here tonight in opposition, and I want to bring up a question earlier proposed by the council. Why so much sprawl? Prologis says that it is a cost issue to build up and set it out. Multi-trillion-dollar, multinational company is concerned about what a center that could impact us less, would take up less farmland, and they say it's a matter of cost. To keep my language in line, spare me. They and we need to rethink this plan. Council, please at least table until more can be researched. Namely, the communities already burdened by data centers. How many have seen profit? How many are concerned with how many are concerned and what have their concerns been? Talk to doctors, environmentalists, energy and water management facilities. Talk to city councils and committees of these cities. Prologis was happy to tell us about their happy, productive customers making all this money. But their customers are the ones installing and profiting from the operation of the centers that they're building. And Prologis has had nothing to say about the neighbors and the communities around their buildings and how they fare as a result of these structures. The people who must live with the consequences of the actions taken tonight and forward. Please consider the impact of any charges you make or any changes that you make that move this plan forward. Thank you so much for your time.
I'm Cheyenne Merrill. I am from 1702 Morningside Drive, Apartment E, here in Shelbyville. And I moved here about 5 years ago to be away from water control and restriction, from polluted air, and no real farmland or anything to call culturally yours. This is because I live in California, so I am very familiar with water shortages and restrictions and wildfires, and therefore the environment that they can be impacted on. Naturally, I did not expect to have to be fighting for the right to be considered a major priority as a human being compared to a corporation like Prologis. I ask that we rethink this rezoning and instead focus on what kind of stress will be placed on the city's facilities should the zoning increase and how that would affect the cost of living expenses for the city's inhabitants. Prologis themselves say that they want to do what is strictly based on their clients' whims and wishes. Whenever we asked about the buildings that they would build, they said it depends on what our clientele wants. With that potential buyer being Prologis and, as they stated, their own internal large-scale clientele, nothing about that seems to benefit the community. I am aware that Prologis themselves are specialized in logistics-based industrial development, which implies that these zones are only designed for their current and specific clientele and therefore the most upcoming projects. Now then, requiring that sort of zoning, including their products and projects, what would be based on the plan preview? We do see data center images, which showed in-ground computing rooms, even though they're closed water facilities, which would be unnecessary and really hard to redevelop into anything outside of an AI center or a data center.
That's time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to invite down Bill Hubbard, Andrea Potter, Barron, and Hannah Everhart. I apologize if I'm butchering names. I'm past my bedtime.
So I'll just go first. Hey, Doug, Tyler, everybody else, thanks for, by the way, Bill Hubbard, 7256 East Blue Ridge Road. I'm about 3 miles east of this proposed site. 62 years old, I've lived at least no further than 10 miles from that proposed site my whole life. I built a house in my own hands 25 years ago. Put in a trust so that another generation of my family could grow up there. Beautiful spot. But everybody's had a lot of good points tonight. I really appreciate the venue that you have here because I was at Monday night's meeting. And, you know, overcrowded, told at the beginning of the meeting that we're not taking any public comments. You're not even going to be allowed to speak. But that changed pretty quick, I think, because of the tone of the crowd. But even after 3 hours of talking, a lot of good points, a lot of good conversation, I think the vote was already decided before. I think they were just waiting for people to get that. So, the one thing I want to impress upon you all here, people save their whole lives to live in an area like this. I've been really, really fortunate to live in this area my whole life. You too, guys. You know what it means. You know what it's like. Now, I don't understand the benefits of this. I'm not a big business guy. So, you know, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand with just the few amount of jobs that it's going to create, and probably from transplants. I don't understand why it's really even under consideration, but it is. So,
That's time.
please understand the importance you guys have, the burden of your recommendation, because whatever goes back to that city council has already been decided. I feel very confident in that. But please, please.
Hello, my name is Andrea Potter, and I live at 266 West Broadway Street. There are 11 of you here, 11. But I want you to remember 5,176. That's a very important number right now. 5,176. And I know that I'm supposed to be addressing you all tonight, but I would like to offer a public apology for losing my cool and speaking out of passion and lack of emotion. 5,176, that's the number of people that have signed this petition. 5,176. More people have signed this petition than voters in any city, county election to date.
That's time.
To date, okay? The highest amount of voters at the polls in Shelbyville was in 2019, when Tom DeBon swooped in and saved our city from Scott Ferguson. Okay? It's not. 2,200 voters voted that year.
That is time, and I've looked at some of those names on that list over there, and a lot of them aren't from here. I agree with what you guys, everybody's saying there, but not everybody that has signed that petition is from Shelby County.
Doug, with all due respect, look behind me.
Thank you.
I want you to
I
check
understand that.
when we leave here too. And then also realize that everyone was given extra time at the end, and it seems how in both meetings, I'm the one that's really, someone's
That's time.
really putting the foot down on.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Everard. I'm speaking on behalf of my family, so my parents and myself. We live at 4902 North 980 West in Arlington, Indiana, so technically Rush County, but being that we are on the Rush Shelby grid, this is something that impacts us.
I just want to note that in Shelby County, we have had 5 generations of Everharts who have been farmers. And I'm going to bring more of a kind of commodity perspective. According to the 2023 ISDA crop report, approximately 203 bushels per acre is what corn was yielding on Indiana soil. Out of that 429 proposed acres, that would be approximately 87,000 bushels. From that, you can create about 2.8 gallons of ethanol per bushel. Now, if you multiply that, that rounds up to approximately 244,000 gallons of ethanol. Now, given the city of Shelbyville's population, around 20,000, according to the 2020 census, Hoosiers approximately use 44 gallons of ethanol per year. And from that, just that land specifically, about 27.62% of that land's productivity is the annual consumption of ethanol for the citizens of Shelbyville. That's something that I think you all need to take into consideration, is this is very, very valuable farm ground. And I would assume that it's the highest and best use for ag production, to kind of echo what Connie Lindsay had said. And then the ethanol industry in Indiana alone accounts for 41.5 thousand jobs. Now, I don't know about you, but that screams volumes to me, right? We've heard quite a bit from all of these different citizens about wanting to maintain that agricultural land. And I think that's something that we need to consider, because when corporations and billionaires win, the people lose. I consider myself to be a very spiritual person too, so I would like to quote some scriptures. According to Leviticus 25, 23, and 24, the land must not be sold permanently, because the land is mine, and you reside in my land as foreigners and strangers. Throughout the land that you hold as possession, you must provide for the redemption of the land. And I personally believe that this is not redemption for the land. It's corruption.
Yes.
That's time. Okay, we would like to bring down Joseph Merritt, Kevin Carson, Susan Reinhardt, Roger Thomas, Benjamin Pennington, and Amira Lewis, please.
Hello, I'm Kevin Carson, 1311 North County Road, Union, Indiana, Shelby County resident. Also the president of the Shelby County Planning Commission. I can relate with everything you guys are going through here tonight. Appreciate the job you're doing. Understand I want to go through a little bit of a history lesson about some things. Several years ago, Pete Jeffrey, a guy I really like, presented to the County Planning Commission about bringing CP Morgan homes to the town of Pleasant View. The people up there overwhelmingly hated it, didn't like it. We had 2 meetings in this room right here. The one that lasted until midnight, went till 1 o'clock in the morning. So I can appreciate what you're going through time-wise too. As it turned out, the Planning Commission overwhelmingly believed and agreed with the community of what would happen there. A few years later, now they come along, they come up with a new idea that let's zone that property up there at Pleasant View, let's zone it commercial. Well, with the idea that Harley Davidson was coming to town, everybody jumped on board with Harley Davidson. Let's go, let's get this. We planned it. We went ahead and zoned it commercial. Guess what? Harley Davidson didn't come to town. But we did not put any restrictions or conditions upon the zoning we applied. My point being here tonight, you see a lot of people that are opposed. I mean, are you going for the good of all or the good of the people in your community? That's part of it. And then if you do go ahead and go through and rezone think about applying conditions and stipulations and make sure that they stick totally with the scope of the plan they're bringing before you. That's all I got.
Thank you for staying this long. Susan Reinhardt from Clearview, Section 8. Dougie, you asked the wrong person. You asked the real estate person. How does the communities like the data centers? You need to ask the communities, people from Ohio or Virginia. You need to ask them how they like the data centers. They have a data center in Virginia. They posted up there. So if you go from an article from Julie Kimmel, April 29th, 2025, the air quality issues. The Loudoun County's data centers are largely powered by the grid. We haven't heard anything. We heard the underground. We haven't heard anything from Rush Shelby as to whether they can power these at the pace that they want to go. So these largely powered by the grid. All of them have dozens of backup diesels, gas turbine generators. So they'll have these the backup. The data centers have taxed the existing energy grid so much that there's a long wait to get connected to it, to get new data centers, to get these, we'll have 13 buildings, to get them on that grid. They'll rely on the on-site natural gas generators, the backup diesels. So that means releasing not only potent climate pollutions like methane, but other harmful co-pollutants, including nitrous oxide, hydrogen sulfides, and volatile organic compounds like benzene into the air. So they're going to go at such a fast pace that we have the potential. You've got people live 100 feet from the place. You have residential neighborhoods, schools, daycares, parks, local businesses, 400 homes within a mile. And if they're using those backup generators to get online, what are these people going to be breathing in? That's all.
Hello, my name is Roger Thomas. I'm from 1305 Elm Street. I've been a resident of this town for about 2 years now. I unfortunately have no deep roots in here. My family hasn't lived here generations. I don't own a big plot of land. But I am a resident. And there's a lot of things that your plan hasn't addressed that other people have said better than I have. So I simply need to ask, why? I don't need the rest of my time. Anything I can say, someone else already said better. Thank you for staying late and have a good night.
Hello, my name is Joseph Merritt. I live at 617 West Franklin Street. So we said tonight that this isn't about a data center, but it's about annexing the land. However, the only proposal I've seen and the only business that has showed up to either this meeting or the meeting on Monday has been Prologis. And so I just want to say, if it walks like a data center, it quacks like a data center, it's probably a data center. This town has made it extremely clear that we do not want their center here, and they have made it extremely clear that they only care about money. They said it themselves that they want this land because it is cheaper for them. Do you think they're going to put those, I think they're probably going to put those same thoughts towards their safety precautions as well. They're going to do what's cheapest to them, and that's not to our best wants and needs for this community. Because of Indiana House Bill 1405, they're going to get tax cuts for the equipment and power for said equipment for up to 25 years. Now, I know we want to bring young people to this town to bring longevity to this town. So the biggest draw for young people is the low cost of living. If they come in here and drive up our utility bills, you are going to lose that low cost of living, and you are going to lose young people like me, my wife, my friends here, that are here for that to build our community here. So let's not make this easier for them and rezone in their favor. I ask that we wait until we find a business that actually cares and benefits this community before we rezone anything. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi, my name is Amara Lewis, and I live on 1045 Moore Street. I stand here today because I genuinely think it is really powerful to see this community showing up and fighting for what it believes in. One thing we keep hearing is that people here do not want a billion-dollar corporation deciding their way of life for them. That concern matters, and it deserves to be taken seriously. But I also want to use this moment to point something out. There have been specific mentions of companies like Meta and Amazon, and it is important to remember that this county has overwhelmingly supported political leaders tied to those companies for years. In fact, the CEOs of those corporations were sitting right next to the president at the most recent inauguration, a president that this county also overwhelmingly voted for. All I'm asking is that we remember how this moment feels. If we truly believe corporations should not control our communities, then we need to vote like it. Remember this energy, remember this frustration, and carry it with you into the next election. I know that in 2028, I will. My first election. Thank you.
It's convenient that Mike mispronounced my name because I've known Mike for several years. And somebody named Hannah Everhart came up here and started speaking instead of me, so conveniently Mike...
No favoritism, I'm gonna start the clock now.
Okay, it's okay, I'll keep that in mind. My grandmother, who I'm here to talk to about tonight, gave you and Jill lots of money, so... Yep, my name's Hannah Barone. I'm here on behalf of my grandmother. I've sat here all night and Mike messed up my name, so I'm gonna go ahead and come up here without being asked because Mike messed up my name, so throw the whole vibe off. I'm opposed to the proposed annexation, whether it becomes a data center or not, because many of the people of Shelbyville who have a Shelbyville address further than east of 74 are unable to be represented as constituents for this particular matter, as well as everything else carried out by the pathetic city council. 429 acres is like 300 football fields or something crazy like that. Rezoning the land will affect the property value of several people, even though you could say it's in the middle of nowhere. Personally, I think that the city of Shelbyville could do something better with that corner of land and need to leave the people in the area alone or let them have a voice. I will never forget when it was a Bigfoot gas station and someone was held up hostage in that gas station just like it was yesterday. That thing was a complete eyesore. Then the Circle K took over and cleaned it up quite a bit. Can't imagine that this Prologix or whatever that is going to do much better than that, to be quite honest. That Bigfoot was a long-term memory. I am from Shelbyville and I grew up in Union Township area. I grew up wanting to move away from here forever. I remember years ago they expanded Knopf and people lost their minds. I get Shelbyville is a factory town, and as was mentioned earlier, I'm not sure why they can't just build this project on the north side of town. My beloved grandmother and late grandfather moved to the 7000 block of State Road 44 in the early 1970s. They moved up here in the 50s with their family from eastern Kentucky for jobs. My grandma became a successful businesswoman and made sure I had a good life. She is my best friend, and to this day, their jobs were in fact in a factory, and they made their living in this town. They saved up every penny they had to build a beautiful house on the aforementioned address. They were the first people to start a property in that area, and several other properties popped up in the years following. While the site plan is not directly adjacent to my family's property, it is tough hearing your 86-year-old grandmother cry and say how if she could do anything, she would. She says that because the citizens of that area have no say in any of this because they are unable to vote. If you are going to annex this area of town, I beg you to please take the concerns of the citizens of Eastern, Addison, and Union Townships into consideration. Other than basic concerns due to the uncertainty or the town's constituents, I would like you guys to take into consideration who is going to end up paying for all of this, how it will impact the citizens of Shelby County financially, emotionally, and physically, both short and long term.
That's time, Miss Barone.
Thank you for listening. There you go.
Thank you for speaking.
Hello. My name is Patrick Schaub, and I represent everybody in Union Township. I was waiting because I missed my spot, but she got me going because the people of Union Township need to get a voice.
Could you please restate your name for the record and we can find you on the list?
Yeah, my name is Patrick Schaub, and I live at the oldest homestead in Union Township. So it's also that I represent everybody everybody east of the solar panel that didn't get a voice. And it got rubber stamped at the moment I'm moving into county, or we would have already met. My emails to you guys show emotion because I was trying to cover all the vast HVAC designs that I've been a part of with data centers. And now that we've started, we got in on closed loop. The fact that you even talked about that without a design shows that's all premature. And it doesn't matter, you're losing focus on the bigger picture is it's gonna take grid power, it's gonna have plume emission, the generators are gonna run on demand, and eventually the grid's gonna tell this data center what to do. You won't, we lose control. Shelby County will lose control. There's no, all 16 you said 13, but then 16 was mentioned, but all of these centers will develop. It will, and that's the thing, it will exponentially degrade our entire ecosystem. It'll never be less, it will always be more, the emissions will go on forever. The life cycle of a mechanical system is 20 years. Halfway through this, you're gonna be revamping this. The whole point of what I'm saying is, I moved out here to live with my wife in the country. We raise pups, we live over by Little Blue River, and so many people have said that tonight. But everything that you have here is premature. You do not have enough information, knowledge, or an understanding. We have active product. We employ 76 people. It's an electrical, mechanical. I do industrial and commercial work. This has been something that has been in my line of vision for many years. You guys don't really understand. Your control of this is gone the second you annex that to IG. It's over. And that's all this group is saying is don't do that. Just review. Find your facts. Develop a more specific plan. Show a design. But the most important part of this, it's agricultural. We live in Shelby County. There's more 200+ year farm families in this per citizens in this county than any other county. So none of this aligns with why, Shelby County is the way it is, but also it doesn't align with any of the people that are here supporting, this communication. So my father, I'm the youngest of 8, he always said, Patrick, deal with the facts. And honestly, we don't have the specific facts that you guys need to actually make any choices tonight. So if anything came from this, it's that the fact that none of this is ready, or even you guys are such in an infancy stage of even being ready for this that you're not there. But the bigger part is the people are saying something else. They're reaching out to you for some other form of this. And the thing is, you saw my emails, you guys saw my passion in that email, but it comes down where I've been in the back trying to what do I...
That's your 3 minutes.
Let me finish right now. What do I really need to say to these, you guys are our leaders. I would not want to look in the history of my legislation of being you guys and have to be accountable for adding this type of a footprint to our world. I wouldn't want to have to answer to God one day and say, yep, that's what I did in my time, God. So just be careful with your decisions because it's very apparent. Again, I say I'm German Irish, not Russian. You guys are totally rushing this entire
Okay, this is the last call for John Jones, Ariel Diamond, John Monahan, and Benjamin Pennington. If any of you are still here and still wish to speak after signing up, please step forward, state your name for the record. Seeing no one approach, I would assume that that is all of the public.
With that, I will close public comment on this matter for tonight. Any discussion from the board?
Go ahead.
Not sure who was speaking back there, maybe me. First of all, thank you all for coming out. This is what it should be about, is you coming out, voicing your concerns, and us listening and hearing those concerns. we have criteria to look at in making this decision. I've been looking at this criteria as all of you have spoken tonight. Some things that stick out to me. Number one is desired use. The most desirable use for which the land in each district is adapted. Based on presentations given tonight, based on public comment tonight, based on facts that I gathered beforehand, I personally do not believe this is the desired use for this property. Second is property values, the conservation of property values throughout the city of Shelbyville's planning jurisdiction. Based on the proximity of this project to many of your properties, to me it is clear that that portion is not upheld by this project. Finally, responsible growth. A lot of you have pointed out our own comprehensive plans, and that this section was not included in future growth map when that comprehensive plan was updated. So there are other areas that are already zoned for a project such as this. So going back to the question that Doug asked, why here? That begs that question. I don't believe this is a responsible growth in that area. Where this corridor sits at, let's face it, eventually this is probably going to be annexed into the city, whether it's done now, whether it's done into the future. But it needs to be done responsibly. It needs to be done, as many of you have pointed out, with a clear plan as to what that usage is going to be. Right now, we don't have that. Addressing our petitioners tonight, again, we don't know that this is a data center, but we know it's a data center. Because we know it's going to be a data center. You were very ill prepared to answer anyone's questions tonight. So that being said, this commission still has a decision to make, but I want to point out that based on what criteria we're supposed to use, I do not see that we can support a recommendation for industrial general for this land.
Dwayne, just so I'm clear, was that an official motion?
That is not an official motion. That is just expressing the concerns with the findings of fact that we need to meet.
Well, you had a second there, but we made an official motion tonight.
So procedurally, just to make sure we're following proper orders and whatnot, before we go to a motion, the petitioner has a right to respond to comments, and then there's another Q&A period between the Plan Commission and the petitioner. If that wants to happen, or if the board wants that to happen this evening, if we want to continue and let that happen in the future, but we do need to we're required to have that portion.
We're still discussing up here.
Quiet,
Please. Gary, you had something to say?
So if I was basing my decision, if I was basing my decision on a data center, how the hell could I say yes to that, right? Okay. That's not actually the decision we're making today. So So I'm gonna just read this to you. Don't get ahead of yourself there. My comment to city is not focused on specific industry proposed, but rather on the broader planning implications of this request. As outlined in the materials that you were provided this evening, the Shelbyville Planning Commission has a clear responsibility to maintain the city's planning documents, regulate development, promote and encourage a well-planned community. Our role requires us to look beyond immediate opportunities and consider long-term impacts, what type of development we want, and where they're best located. Public opinion is an important factor in that process. However, opinions are shaped by many influences: proximity to homes, businesses, environmental concerns, property values, job creation, and personal experience, sometimes incomplete and inaccurate information. It is our responsibility to weigh those perspectives carefully by grounding our decision in facts, sound planning principles, and the city's long-term interest. When I evaluate the property through a land use planning lens, which is what we are to do up here, I ask fundamental questions. What is the best use of this land and why? Specifically, is this location situated on a key gateway to our city best suited for industrial development? Or would another use better serve Shelbyville's future? Shelbyville is experiencing meaningful growth, and I am optimistic that this trend will continue at a steady and sustainable pace. With growth comes increased demand for retail, restaurants, office space, hotels, and other commercial uses. These businesses require strategic locations to succeed. If this land, approximately 500 acres, is fully committed to industrial use, where will these other businesses locate? Exit 113 offers no remaining room to add those businesses to. Exit 109, which is Pilot and a casino and a truck stop, may accommodate some of these businesses, but they're distant from our population and not everything would be suited for there. Some bring up the Wellman property, which there's about 25 acres of developable land left there, so it's limited in scope. Locations adjacent to interstate exits are especially desirable to hotels, restaurants, service-oriented businesses. While our local disposable income may not yet support some of these uses on its own, exit-oriented development can draw travelers and visitors from surrounding counties such as Rush, Decatur, Ripley, communities that can reach exit 116 within 20 to 35 minutes. That outside spending helps us sustain businesses that might otherwise struggle to be here based on our income. If we relinquish this opportunity, I believe we risk losing our best chance to track and locate these type of developments in Shelbyville. A comparison can be seen at State Road 9 and I-70 in Greenfield. While Hancock County does have higher disposable income to help support some of these type of businesses, a great deal of that support is provided by interstate traffic as well. It makes it easier to have the Montana Mikes and things like that up there. Regarding industrial development, the city has already invested millions of dollars in infrastructure at Tom Hession. To date, Poet is the only company to build there. In exchange for a 10-year, 100% tax abatement, Poet funded millions of dollars worth of water and power infrastructure that the city could not have otherwise afforded. That investment has made the surrounding land highly marketable for future industrial development, as was brought forward by many people here today. In short, I would like Shelbyville to benefit from both strong industrial growth and strategically planned commercial development. Based on these considerations, I could not support a favorable recommendation to the city for annexation and zoning request.
So Gary, what you are saying is you're not against the annexation, you just do not want IG, but you're saying that you're not keeping it
Well, I don't know if they
agriculture?
would care to annex it if they didn't have IG, so as far as I'm concerned,
Right, but I'm saying-
annexation's off the table. I have no problem if they voluntarily want to annex in, they've got no desire without that, so if it came in, I'm fine with that, I have no problem. No problem with that whatsoever. I just do not think this is the proper, we only have one exit that can bring hotels and things like that, that need to exit the development. I've got zero studying in prepping for this, for their industry. Why? Because that was not my consideration. It's
Right,
land use.
I'm just
I felt.
clarifying that you're not saying that you would be open to an annexation.
Sure.
Just not at IG tonight.
Right. But they don't want to be annexed on anything else, so that's a moot point in my opinion.
Correct. I just wanted to make it clear that that was
Thank
a
you.
statement that
Yep.
you were making, not for the whole entire thing.
Right. Yeah, that's, thank you for clarification.
Did somebody second the motion? That's two.
We have
There's been no official motion yet.
There's
still
no
a lot of
motion
comments.
made. I'm gonna close it to the board here and ask the petitioners, if they wanna come back up and have anything.
But we still,
Did you have comments? Oh, go ahead.
I mean, Ronnie, you're the county appointee. If you have something to say, I think you should
Thank
say it.
you.
So I have my comment. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So for me, the review of the literature highlights the limitations of what data centers are thought to provide to the community. There is a financial burden that can get passed on to county residents when tax breaks are given to a data center. Additionally, when tax incentives are offered to bring this type of industry to our county, there is evidence that the anticipated benefits to the local economy are not realized. When there is serious consideration of the potential for inclusion of data centers in Shelby County, careful planning and a look at the risks and benefits need to be evaluated through a formal process. Data centers need to be held accountable for what they are expected to provide to the community. The creation of mandatory reporting requirements is one way to monitor how the project is going. A few recommended examples are routine reports on energy usage, impact to the environment, and energy sources used during the life of the project. And in that, we can say fossil fuels versus a switch to an alternative energy source that's renewable. Policies need to be written to support short-term and long-term sustainability. These policies provide rules of how we show our project oversight. These steps exhibit our commitment to area residents and desire to be properly prepared. These are Shelby County actions that contribute to the success of the data center project. We strive for our people to have a good standard of living. There remain questions as we continue to learn more on the data center project effects on Shelby County. We need to remain observant on continued city and county development. Communication and smartly governing growth will help gauge the timing of introducing new industry and setting our community up for a prosperous experience for all. I do not support this project at all.
Just a reminder, this is a super voluntary annexation, so everybody in the purple is requesting to be a part of Shelbyville. And your role in this is to recommend a zoning district. At the end of the day, I can respect Mr. Nolly's statement on what he thinks should go there. I can respect Ms. Sylviar's statement that she doesn't like data centers. I can respect Mr. Schuler's statement that he wanted a fully developed plan coming into the night on what the possible future development might be. But we have a comprehensive plan that is a document. We have a planning director who has studied incompetent plans and studied planning, and who has analyzed that with respect to this petition, and has determined that he believes it meets all of those criteria. So I would just rest with your staff report and the recommendation from your planning director is for approval of that IT district.
For the record, we have gone against recommendations before.
Yeah,
They report to us, just so you know. I think we have to sound disrespectful. They do a fabulous job. Don't get me wrong, okay? But that's just how it is, okay? And I love the job they did on this. I'm not bashing them for that, so I don't want that to be misperceived, miscommunicated at all.
We're ready for a motion.
Just as a reminder, your options this evening are a favorable recommendation, an unfavorable recommendation, no recommendation, or to continue to a future meeting. So in having a discussion on how the board wants to move forward, those are kind of the four motions.
Adam, maybe for public record, can we clarify what an unfavorable and just a no recommendation, what the difference is there? Are they the same?
No, I think an unfavorable kind of speaks for itself. The request being made, but the petitioner, the plan commission feels that zoning classification does not make sense. No recommendation, essentially just, I always interpret it as a consensus on favorable or unfavorable couldn't be brought together. So yeah, it's just not sending anything onto the city council, and then they are just making that decision on their own.
Please.
Can we, tell me how this works, going back to what Scarlett said, can we make a favorable recommendation for annexation subject to a different, or we just yes or no on the whole thing?
So the question of annexation is not one for the plan commission to consider. It's solely in the city council's purview. The zoning piece is the only, so whether or not any of you on the plan commission support or don't support the annexation is not part of the discussion this evening. That the city council can deal with that in the future.
So it's really the zoning
It
period
is
is what
strictly
we're...
the zoning,
Okay.
Any other support or opposition to the project or annexation of the 429 acres is not what we're doing this evening.
Robert's Rule of Order, am I allowed to make a recommendation or not? A motion, when you call for it? I don't know, the Vice President, if I had a restriction on that.
Yeah, so once the chair has entertained the motion, anyone can make that motion once he's ready for that.
Okay. Are we ready for a motion one way or the other?
I will make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation to City Council. I second.
We have a motion.
I
and a
would
second.
also call for a voice vote if it's permitted.
Can I ask a question on that? So you said you are motioning for an unfavorable. Right. So if we say no, like, is this a double negative kind of thing?
If you vote yes, you are voting for unfavorable.
Okay.
Yeah, if you agree
Yes.
with Mr. Nollig's motion,
You're with us.
you vote yes. If you disagree, you vote no. Yeah.
I'll make sure.
And I know there was a request for a voice vote, but I'll leave that to the chair, or the president.
Is that motion clear enough?
Yeah.
It's clear enough that we would be against the rezoning of this to IG.
Verbal. Yes, we can have a verbal.
Yeah, so I'll call a roll then on this. And again, clarification, the motion is for an unfavorable recommendation by Mr. Nolly. If you agree with that, it is a yes vote. If you disagree with that, it's a no vote. I will call roll then. Mr. Claxton.
Yes.
Ms. Means Davis.
Yes.
Ms. Tinsley Price.
Yes.
Mr. Schuler.
Yes.
Mr. Garrett.
Yes.
Mr. Cassidy.
Yes.
Mr. Nolly.
Yes.
Ms. Sobiart.
Yes.
Mr. Hall.
Yes.
Mr. Lux.
Yes.
And Mr. Comstock.
Yes.
This will go back to city council on the 21st?
I believe it's the 21st.
On the 21st, and then they will make their recommendation, they'll make their decision from there.
And
Hold on just a moment.
everybody, follow this through.
Hold on.
I know I'm your city council liaison person here, I'm here by the city council, but I will,
Please, folks.
Monday was, I'm not sure the nicest way to say it. We were not prepared for the amount of people that were there. So I'm going to ask that we have our meeting here so that everybody will be able to hear
So that means we'll go back to city council on the 21st. I guess you watch social media, or check in with the city. So,
Folks, we ask you to be respectful to them as well, okay? They have a job to do, they did their job. Be respectful.
probably 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock, so on the 21st, which would be 2 weeks. Anything you add?
No, nothing under discussion. I'll remind the Plan Commission members, we had a regularly scheduled meeting later this month. Just in preparation, in preparing for this meeting and other things, we do not have an annual report to present there, so we will end up canceling that meeting and just push that annual meeting to the regular February meeting. I don't think we've sent out that email to you all yet. You'll get that email sometime soon that we just won't have that regular meeting. But that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Motion adjourned.
Well, before he adjourns, can I get a go Hoosiers for this weekend?